guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is sending the National Guard into Memphis as part of his federal crackdown on crime.
From the Oval Office on Monday, President Trump said the deployment of troops to Memphis would be exactly like recent operations in Washington, D.C. Trump said members of the Guard would work alongside the FBI and other federal agents. Alabama's governor has said she'd welcome troops if they were deployed to cities in her state, including Birmingham and Montgomery. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Luigi Mangione is no longer facing state terrorism charges after a New York state judge dismissed 2 counts this morning.
The judge says the evidence provided to the grand jury was not sufficient to support the state charge of murder as a crime of terrorism. The judge will not dismiss second-degree murder charges, which Mangione has already pleaded not guilty to. The 27-year-old's legal team is trying to get state murder charges dismissed because he's facing federal charges in connection to the December 2024 Manhattan shooting that killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Republican South Carolina Congresswoman Nancy Mace says she's going to try and strip Democratic Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar of her committee assignments after Omar's comments following the murder of conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
She is inciting violence against conservatives in the wake of Charlie Kirk's political assassination. She is dehumanizing conservatives all across the country, calling Charlie Kirk a terrorist.
Mace called Omar's comments disgraceful and said she's also going to try to have her censured. The move seems to stem from comments Omar made to left-wing personality Mehdi Hassan.
You have people like Trump who has incited violence against people like me.
And that it's important to call out Republicans. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 125 points, the S&P 500 shed 8 points, and the Nasdaq fell 14 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Operation Midway Blitz continues in Chicago.
There have been several reports of ICE arrests taking place in the surrounding immigration communities. Illinois State Senator Corina Villa advised some residents to stay in their homes.
We are here to show our solidarity and our commitment to our people.
She added that ICE detained more than a dozen people on Monday in suburban West Chicago. Immigration advocate groups also reported ICE activity in West suburban Aurora.
Perry Williams with that report. The Jefferson County, Colorado Sheriff's Department is releasing details about how last week's Evergreen High School shooting unfolded.
The Jefferson County Sheriff's Office says the first officers on scene arrived at the school 2.5 minutes after calls started flooding 911. In a statement, the office says the shooter unloaded about 20 shots, first inside the school, hitting the first victim, then outside after he left the school, crossed the football field, and shot a second victim. Both victims are still hospitalized. I'm Connor Shreve.
Mount St. Helens looked like it might be erupting, but it turns out that was just ash from the 1980 eruptions blowing into the air.
The U.S. Geological Survey says this time of year when snow has melted, strong winds can blow the exposed ash into the air, making it look like a plume. Commercial airline pilots saw the resuspended ash and reported it. Mount St. Helens remains a color code green and the alert level is normal, but resuspended ash can be a hazard to aviation and health. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Cue the microphone. We are back in the saddle. Back in the saddle. Coming to you live. Hey, what day is it? Gotta admit, I'm a little confused here. I appreciate your allowing me to take care of some business there Tuesday. Here we are back on, well, I guess technically we're rolling into hump day. Midweek coming on just like that. My, the waning days of summer for sure. This will be the last hump day officially for the summer of 2025. Summer ending next Monday. Hard to believe, but welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Not a bad night outside the secret bunker, or rather comfortable here in Southwest Ohio. At least for the moment, after an early shot of fall, I didn't think summertime would be back, but indeed it is. For much of the country, especially much of the eastern half of the nation, rain-free here during the last official days of summer, with the exception of a coastal storm that's going to be dousing a zone on the Atlantic seaboard. That's a storm that's kind of swirling along the mid-Atlantic coast, unleashing several inches of rain in some of the coastal areas, North Carolina, Virginia, Washington, D.C., portions of eastern Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, all going to get a pretty good soaking. Rain will dampen Philadelphia and New York City as well. That storm is generating some rough surf and strong rip currents, stretching from the Outer Banks all the way to southern New Jersey. Some coastal inundation, 1 or 2 feet possible during high tide periods. Away from the reaches of the coastal storm, weather conditions are markedly different, according to AccuWeather. In most areas from Maine to northern Florida, westward to just about the Mississippi River, the weather's dry and rather warm, and it's going to stay that way for several days to come. Summer, as I mentioned, officially ends Monday, September 22nd. But it appears to be continuing almost to the very last minute in many central and eastern states. Sunshine boosting temperatures 5 to 15 degrees above historical average in most areas west of the Appalachians to the Mississippi River. For the balance of the week here, widespread highs in the 80s are in store for the Midwest. Far-reaching highs in the 90s from St. Louis and Nashville down into the New Orleans area, Houston, San Antonio. A few spots may be approaching some daily record highs. Thunderstorms are responsible for most of the rainfall during the summer. During the middle and latter parts of fall here, we do see some larger storm systems tend to bring most of the rain as thunderstorms beginning to become scarce. Now, in between, from mid-August to October, we see some extended dry spells like the one that's in progress over much of the central and eastern states right now. There will be some spotty thunderstorms centered around Tennessee during the afternoon and evening hours here into midweek. Low humidity, which is more common, more in tune here with autumn, will be one of the exceptions to conditions that have occurred most of this summer. While drought conditions in the central and eastern states not quite as severe as many western states, abnormally dry and drought conditions are becoming more extensive. Those dry conditions may accelerate the seasonal leaf drop in some areas where the trees have been stressed by the drought. This drought started midsummer. Now, water tables dropping, many small streams have dried up, and some of the rivers have become very shallow as of late. We were talking during our Monday morning program. Water levels along stretches of the Mississippi River, which is used extensively for mass transport of material and grains, are reaching critically low levels as far as full-scale tug and barge operations. The National Weather Service graph, the forecast in feet for the Mississippi River at New Madrid, Missouri. Negative gauge regions can occur due to the dredging and scouring of the riverbed since the gauge was actually installed. AccuWeather's long-range team expect occasional rounds of rain in the headwaters of the Mississippi and the upper Midwest to sustain some flow. But unless we see a tropical storm moving through the basin, levels are expected to continue to drop before any chance of improvement. There are some signs that rain from either a storm from Canada or the tropics may arrive in parts of the eastern USA before the end of summer here. Now, this late Tuesday, early Wednesday, we see some of those coastal showers and pockets of heavy rain. Again, from eastern portions of Virginia, some of them moving up toward the D.C. area, spotty showers there in easternmost West Virginia and southeastern Pennsylvania. A much broader complex of heavy rain is falling in much of central Nebraska into northern Kansas tonight. Pretty large system there. Some of those showers extending over into western and central portions of Iowa as well. But definitely some drenching rain. Some of those have been prompting severe thunderstorm warnings. At this moment, we do have severe thunderstorm warning there in northwestern portions of Kansas. Most of these are 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but torrential rains and some flash flooding concerns in that part of the country. Elsewhere, spotty showers out west. We're not seeing much that's going to slow down your freight movement through the overnight hours. We will be watching for some moisture streaming into Southern California and the desert southwest here for the latter half of the week. That's what was the tropical system Mario, which is just off the western coast of Mexico, that's going to begin sending moisture into the southern USA. Some areas in Southern California where they normally pick up, say, maybe 1/10 to 3/10 of an inch of rain in the entire month of September, may see 10 times that amount in a matter of just a couple of days. Give you more on that coming up here as we roll into, I don't know, what day is it? Pappy says, saddle up, nocturnal listeners, the midnight hour. And what day is it? It's not official until Horse Feathers calls in to make it so. Until then, the overnight drive hammer down. Looks like it's more training videos for me to be watching, so I'm not sure how much I'll be tuned in tonight on this hump day. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Prayers out to Mama Sommers and the brother there. Thank you, Pappy. Hello, Shorty. I-77 northbound Statesville, North Carolina tonight with 65 degrees at this hour. Columbus bound. Hello, all from the Boss Man. Checking in here in Decatur, Illinois. We're picking up a load headed out to Oregon. 70 degrees with clear skies at this hour. Safe travels to all. There's Norman. Good morning. The Big Tipper loaded, headed for Wichita. Got some big storms moving through North Kansas. It looks like they're going to miss us. We might get some rain, but everybody have a good morning. Tank in the house. Hello, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy hump day. 67, a little light rain off and on here at the Sky City Casino in New Mexico. We're headed over to Santa Rosa, then back to Fontana. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. All right, Country Bumpkin is in the house. West Michigan, there's Crazy Ray. Check it in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 57 degrees at this hour. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe, all. 60 in New Paltz, New York. Terry, our Canadian friend, Windsor, Ontario, headed to Toronto for the morning. We are, Charlie. Everyone be safe out there. All right, Rubber Duck streaking in Mishawaka. Just kidding. Morning, Rubber Duck. Let's see. Good morning, Eric. Overnight Drive family, 66, Charlotte, North Carolina. Slinging the Lord's chicken, as they say. God bless Charlie Kirk. All right. Welcome aboard. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat. Literally, choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example, Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Meanwhile, good morning to Michael. Checking in from mid-Michigan. What's up, people? Thanks for listening, Michael. Tony, cruising across the Salt Flats in Utah. Got another load of produce going to Sioux Falls. 65 degrees here, no wind at this hour. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, overcast 62 in Max Meadows, Virginia tonight. Keep it shiny side up. And good morning from the Ice Cream Man checking in here as we get a new day underway. All right, plenty of industry headlines to bring you up to speed on. If you weren't aware, we're right there smack dab in the middle of Truck Driver Appreciation Week. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy meeting with truckers on Monday at the Molly Pitcher Service area on the Jersey Turnpike, stating no better way to kick off Trucker Appreciation Week than at a rest stop with the drivers. Our truckers, the backbone of America's economy. And the U.S. DOT's grateful for the work they do to keep America moving. Of course, Truck Driver Appreciation Week started on Sunday and continues through this Saturday, September 20th. A week-long observance, kind of honoring professional drivers for your hard work, your commitment to keeping the economy and the country moving. The event in New Jersey was indeed attended by OOIDA President Todd Spencer. On the same day as the event in New Jersey, the Department of Transportation released some new details about one of their pro-trucker initiatives, prompted by petitions from OOIDA. The DOT plans to launch a pair of pilot programs aimed at providing truck drivers more flexibility within the hours of service regulations. The pilot programs will allow truck drivers to pause your clock for up to 3 hours and utilize split sleeper berth options, and to include the 6 and 4 or 5 and 5 options, which many years ago, many drivers, many teams took advantage of. According to Secretary Duffy, these pilot programs will help identify real solutions for the drivers out there without compromising safety. Formal notices for split duty period and sleeper berth pilot programs scheduled to be published in the Federal Register here today, Wednesday, September 17. Additionally, the DOT announced on Monday both programs are expected to begin in early 2026. This time, they say more than 500 commercial truck drivers are expected to participate. Again, it's a pilot program. Each pilot program limited to about 250 truck drivers. Depending on the results, these initiatives could lead to changes in the hours of service. But as far as truck driver appreciation, OOIDA and the Truckers Against Trafficking teaming up to celebrate Truck Driver Appreciation Week, giving away to 2 hands-free Storm headsets and some premium headset cases. Announced at the Truckers Against Trafficking and OOIDA Facebook pages this past day. It's open for entry through the day ahead here, Wednesday, September 17. Winners to be announced on Friday, September 19. Those headsets were donated by Blue Tiger USA. In addition to the major truck stop chains, as always, celebrating Truck Driver Appreciation Week throughout the month of September. Pilot travel centers giving drivers discounts on food and beverages all month through the mobile app. In addition, the Knoxville, Tennessee-based company giving professional drivers 3 free drinks each week in the month of September, with the free offerings kind of changing with each passing week. Love's Travel Stops offering discounts to truckers as well throughout September via the My Love Rewards loyalty program. Drivers can redeem a free drink, discounts on various food items, discounted truck washes through the month of September. Also, the company's going to be giving truckers double My Love Rewards points on any in-store purchase. I'm sure TA and Petro stopping centers, everybody's trying to do something for the drivers here during Truck Driver Appreciation Week or Appreciation Month. Hello to Tony. Good morning, Steve, and all the truck drivers out there keeping America running. You know, sometimes it's a thankless job. God bless you guys and gals. I've looked at the Charlie Kirk videos. About 10 a.m. tomorrow, something stinks to high heaven. I don't know. Too many things going on. Well, we've got this so-called asteroid, some kind of mothership aimed at the Earth. All the other things going on in the world. You know, you can't make this stuff up. Life is stranger than fiction. Anyway, everybody have a good night. Be safe. And God bless. Hello to Double Trucker, checking in from Lodi, 61 degrees after my run was canceled last night. Yeah, got an hour wait now for the meat guy tonight. Still waiting on the economy to recover. I'm losing a night each week as of late. Luckily, I work for a high-paying company and can make it on a 4-day work week. I'll be tuning in later on the way back to Western New York via the home of free speech, Rumble. All right, see what... it's been a while since we've heard from Daryl. What's been happening?
Steve, it's Conway Stone from Fairfield, Ohio. I'm calling in on behalf of my father, Daryl from Fairfield, who listened to your father and listened to your show and spent a lot of lonely nights traveling and hearing you guys on the radio. My father passed away about 3 weeks ago.
No, I tried to call him earlier today because I was kind of concerned about him. I don't know, maybe you saw my number, my personal number on his cell phone. I'll be darned. I did not see that. He was we had an 85th birthday, and he had
enjoyed lunch with his wife, and he had worked on a house for another person. He owned some property that he maintained for the working poor, the poor of our city.
Mm-hmm.
And he had worked on somebody else's house and got on a motorcycle to go enjoy the day, and missed a red light or something somehow, and it was in a bad accident and passed away 3 weeks ago Monday. Just a couple of days ago.
Wow. So I
wanted to share. I wanted to share a couple of stories that he used to tell.
Yes.
He used to talk about an old guy who was stranded and called back and said, "Help me, help me, help me!" And Dad finally pulled over. And he said, "Why did you know I would pull over?" And the fellow said, "Well, I used to read that story about the Good Samaritan. I knew you'd pull over." Because Dad ran by the Handel chaplain on the CB radio,
mm-hmm.
and he enjoyed stopping and helping some people. Another story, if you don't mind me telling, he used to talk about some elderly people were slowing down and kind of almost caused an accident, and some truckers got really mad about that, and they were talking on the CB radio how we're going to run them off the road and treat them badly. And Dad jumped on and said, "Boys, we could do that, but I've got some elderly parents who drive to North Carolina to see my brother, and I would hate for somebody to do that to them."
Mm-hmm. I know this is the first time you've ever called. We're on what they call a hard clock. I've got to get a news break, but please hang in there. I'd like to get a couple of additional stories, if you don't mind, right after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Republican South Carolina Congresswoman Nancy Mace says she's going to try and strip Democratic Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar of her committee assignments after Omar's comments following the murder of conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
She is inciting violence against conservatives in the wake of Charlie Kirk's political assassination. She is dehumanizing conservatives all across the country, calling Charlie Kirk a terrorist.
Mace called Omar's comments disgraceful and said she's also going to try to have her censured. The move seems to stem from comments Omar made to left-wing personality Mehdi Hassan.
You have people like Trump who has incited violence against people like me.
And that it's important to call out Republicans. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 125 points. The S&P 500 shed 8 points, and the Nasdaq fell 14 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And just like that, a new day rolling in from time zone to time zone. We call it Hump Day, 17th day of September as we turn the page on the calendar. Our number, 844-844-3388. I want to get back. I apologize. I missed your first name. I was expecting Daryl to be on the line, but you're his son.
Yes, Steve, this is Conway Stone, and Daryl Stone was my father, Daryl from Fairfield, when he called into your show.
You know, it was always so pleasant to hear from him. He always started his conversation with, how's the family and how's Stryker? He always asked about my son's canine when he started his conversations. And he was such an active, so active in the community there of Fairfield. Was it the Kiwanis that he worked with, and he volunteered there?
Yeah, he worked with Kiwanis and Covenant Community Church, and he was involved in politics through the local groups, and then he owned and managed a number of houses that he considered a ministry that to help the working poor in the Hamilton Fairfield area, and he did that for about 30 years. It was just an amazing his way of helping the community.
Never one to shy away from professing his love for Jesus Christ and spread the message.
Steve, he shared a lot of lonely nights listening to you and your father, and he always wanted to be grateful for that. And a story I was trying to tell, there was a couple of older people who were messing up on the road, and some people got mad at him, going to run them off the road. And Dad said, well, I hope no one would ever do that to my parents as they drive to North Carolina to visit my brother. And as soon as he said that, some other trucker chimed in and said, well, I know my father drives like that. And somebody else chimed in, and Dad said, hey, boys, why don't we just take it on back home to Cincinnati? And five or six people chimed in. Well, we're with you, Chaplain. Let's go on to Cincinnati. So he helped avert a situation there. I just want to encourage your drivers out there to do good whenever they can, and watch out for motorcycles. We don't want to see that happening. And the old chaplain will be watching and watching over you and listening. Steve, I just don't know how to say it. My father died with his boots on, going out to enjoying the day after helping other people. It's the way we should all live, I think.
Absolutely. Yeah, and so many that chime in on this program often say, tell them you love them every chance you get because you're never guaranteed tomorrow.
That's for darn sure. We had an 85th birthday with my father, and I gave him a book entitled Lessons My Father Taught Me. And I sat down and wrote 20 two-page lessons that, he had taught me about, going to church and voting and how to go fishing and work on a house and motorcycle riding. And I just, my sister and my several cousins chimed in and wrote a story. And we handed that to him on his 85th birthday. If you can imagine a father getting that from a son on their 85th birthday, it was a special time, and that happened just a few weeks before he passed on. And so we wanted to call in and share with your listeners that do as good as often as you can.
I thank you, Conway. Thank you so much for the notification. Not the message I wanted to get. Yeah, and like I said, I tried to call him several weeks ago. He had asked me to take down his number. Yeah, I think he had a $2 bill or something he wanted to send to one of my grandsons. I guess he was known for giving $2 bills away. So I'm Mr. Procrastinator, and it's been weeks ago, obviously, that he told me to do that. The last time I talked to him, I said, Daryl, I still got your number here, and I was just going to call him and physically try to give him the address this past day. So, well, if you see my number pop up on his smartphone there, that's what I was calling about.
Well, Steve, I sure appreciate that, and I want to wish luck to all your listeners out there, and keep on trucking. The chaplain will be watching.
Thank you so much. God bless you. Prayers for you and your family. And yeah, you never know, right? Just one day to the next. Well, good morning to Evan. Drivers, stay safe. Keep the shiny side up. Eskimo Mom checks in here. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Wednesday, hump day, whatever day it is. Condolences to Daryl's family. Got 2 stops in Louisville before I head to my store to start my week. We're clear, 68 degrees, rolling I-71 in Kentucky. Everybody be safe out there. Hello to Nancy. Says, glad you're back. God bless you. Thank you. Just had to take care of some family affairs, so I needed some extra time for that. If I would have tried to have come in and do the show last night, as I expected, I would have been dragging. Wouldn't have been a very good program probably anyway. So, hello to Buckeye Boy. Checking in Ackworth, Georgia. 68 degrees. Had a good day yesterday. Nice and warm. Able to get the pool furniture stacked up. I did some paperwork. Took the dog to get his nails clipped. Brought her back, then ran to the grocery store, got what we need for dinner. Grilled up some of the amberjack we caught after I marinated olive oil, garlic, lemon juice, parsley, salt, pepper. Grilled some asparagus that I had marinated in olive oil, garlic, and Parmesan cheese. There you go, some mashed red skin potatoes. Good stuff. Yeah, Wildcat made some fried okra, and all of that was outstanding, if I do say myself. Braves win, Reds getting shut out. I had a good weekend, though, in fantasy football. Won my game in our fantasy league, then won the pro pick'em with our friends picking 13 out of 16 games, winning the tiebreaker since there were 3 of us, including Wildcat, that had 13 correct picks. If my Florida load will be ready, I'll try and load it today. If not, I'll have one of the other trucks go get it Thursday as I'll be playing golf with the stepson and some friends. Have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. And thoughts and prayers with Daryl's family. Well, what day is it, Horse Feathers? Good morning. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
morning.
Yeah, just morning. We're past that 4-letter word. So, anyways, yeah, let's do it quick because I don't know, unless it's Monday for you. Well, we'll still do. Hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it for the rest of the world? Because Steve don't know where we're at.
Yeah, kind of confused, but well, I did say it's the last time you'll be asking that question here this summer.
Yeah, I'll be falling off when we do it the next time. So, anyways, there. So, well, I take it you took care of business. So, I guess that's a good thing to have been done with. So hopefully you got enough rest in since then.
Ultimately, I was probably in bed about 10 o'clock last evening. So, yeah, it was a long day, but yes, we got quite a bit accomplished. I mean, there's going to be some tough work ahead, moving forward. So,
yeah, there always is. So it's just not a good thing. So, well, all the best to you guys for that. And so, anyways, what do we got? You're talking Truck Driver Appreciation Week. So, Sheets, they're doing a big thing. You get the trucker hat again. If you got at the high flow diesel pump locations there, you get your green Sheets card for the truck drivers, and you get 3 cents off a gallon all the time with a Sheets card. Doesn't matter when it is through the year. And they got the free hat, and they're actually giving out breakfast sandwiches right now. So if you pump, I think 50 gallons of fuel, you get a breakfast sandwich to go with that. With your, as long as you got that green Sheets card there to prove you're a truck driver.
Mm-hmm.
And what else? There was somebody else. Oh, Mudflap's got a deal. They got a giveaway going on there. If you use their app and pump 100 gallons of fuel, you get automatically entered into a drawing for I don't know what. I saw something come through in the email and didn't pay half attention to it. Most of the time I'm lucky to pump 100 gallons of fuel, so I think this last time I did when I used a Mudflap, so kudos to them. So I don't know, maybe we'll win, maybe more than likely we won't. We never win.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever win, Steve?
Not often.
Did you even get one number on the Powerball, let alone the Powerball number over the weekend when those two people won?
I don't believe we did. We had $20, 10 picks, and I don't think we got a number.
Yep. Yeah, that's the way we always are. So anyways, I don't know. I happened to wake up in the middle of the day when they had the press conference going on from Utah there, so we got to see the prosecutor live. They put that on Facebook Live there, and so we got to watch all those proceedings. So I almost thought they put too much information out, and I was talking to Pappy before the show, and we were kind of in agreement with that, but discussing a little bit, having all those text messages, put out in the public right now, it really should. If people pay attention to it, it should hopefully calm down some of the insight that, to prove that this guy was actually out there with premeditated intentions of doing this. It wasn't just, some randomly, let's just decide to take a pop shot. So he was planning this for a while. I don't know if he discussed it with anybody else or not, but nobody else came out or tried to prevent it. So if he did, he kept it under wraps pretty good, or other people, if they were involved, kept it under wraps pretty good. But anyways, so then the next thing that comes up there, the news we see, is that the New York State decided to drop the terrorism charges on that guy that's related to, I believe it's the Hearst. Is he related to the Hearst family here out of Baltimore? Is one of the families here in Baltimore that runs the public, the radio, television, something there? He's related. He's a nephew or something to the people here in Baltimore. So anyways, but yeah, it took the terrorism charges off. So I guess that takes capital punishment away on the state charges, anyways. So who knows what's going to go on with the federal charges? Hopefully hopefully they can continue them. But I don't know, watching our great Congress people, especially the one from California there, with Kash Patel there in the. He's the one, right? With the FBI.
The hearings this past day.
Grilling him in that hearing.
Got a little heated, didn't it?
But boy, I tell you, there's the left fighting the right again. I thought we could take a break from that for maybe a week. Apparently not.
No.
Anyway, so then to get this, so the wife reading something there. I saw something on Facebook and started telling her, and she's like, yeah, I saw that same exact thing for somebody else. And so pretty much what I was reading her, we pretty much decided wasn't true, so there's no sense in debating that and going over that. But just watch what you read on Facebook, because 95% of what you see is probably not true to begin with, unless you know exactly who it comes from. And so anyways, she's got this thing brought up. I guess now if what she had was accurate information, there are 5. Now, how many football teams are there in the NFL? Is there still 32, or is there more than that at this point?
You know what? I'm not the guy to ask. I don't know.
I guess it doesn't matter, because if there's 32 teams, that means there's 16 games this week, more than likely, unless there's a bye. Somebody's got a bye. But anyway, so say if there's 16 games, did you realize that there's 5 teams? Did you realize there's 5 teams out there that aren't going to give a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk this weekend? And two of them are pretty close related to you and me, because one's Baltimore and one's Cincinnati. What's up with your Cincinnati Bengals, Your Honor? No moment of silence for Charlie Kirk out there?
I thought I saw a headline that, was it all but 5 or was it 3? I thought something about 3 teams. But yeah, Cincinnati was one of them.
It might have gone down, but my wife saw 5. I know that. So anyways, but if it maybe a couple others got. But yep, Baltimore and Cincinnati were in her list of the 5.
Wow.
So I forget what the other 3 were, but yeah, pretty bad when somebody, another human being in our world, another American citizen in our country, and you can't take a moment of silence to honor somebody. I mean, maybe that's what we ought to do. Every legal citizen in this country, when they're murdered, maybe we ought to take a moment of silence for them every day. Now, wait a minute. If we did that, we won't get anything done all day. We'll be silent. Nobody will talk to anybody all day long, Your Honor. Maybe that's a good thing. Huh. I don't know. I got to go out here and check a trailer. I got gas flowing here. We got to see what's going on.
So, see what's happening. All right.
Morning.
Thanks for the update. Yep. Have a good morning, horse feathers. All right. We'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Simple math there. He wasn't. Buckeye Boy was talking about his fantasy league pick, right? He had picked 13 out of 16 games, so yeah, 32 teams. Thank you, Buckeye Boy. 32. Eskimo Mom said, we actually just had 2 fatal motorcycle accidents in my county in just the last several days. One was a DUI who turned in front of a motorcycle south of town. The other was on I-75 where traffic was stopping for construction, and the motorcycle ran into the back of a pickup. Be careful out there. I don't care if you're on 2 wheels or 18 wheels. Absolutely. It looks like there's more and more vehicles with 18 wheels without a driver or without a human even in the vehicle. From who was it? I believe from Freight Waves, the number of autonomous trucks and the companies deploying them seems to be growing day by day. The guidelines for autonomous vehicles recently amended by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. While federal legislation's been proposed to expedite the process, but the rules of the road need to be updated to fit the realities of the 21st century, according to Transportation Secretary Duffy. Our changes will eliminate redundant requirements to bring us closer to a single national standard that spurs innovation, prioritizing safety. The America Drives Act looks to preempt state laws pertaining to autonomous commercial vehicles while supporting the deployment and regulation of autonomous vehicles in interstate commerce. Opponents of the proposal underline safety and other concerns. OIDA supports mandatory testing, safety, and crash reporting requirements that will provide the public with direct, easy access to information about autonomous vehicle performance. Houston, Texas-based Bot Auto, an autonomous trucking company founded in 2023, just announcing the successful completion of their first humanless hub-to-hub validation run. The route was completed with no one in the cab. Remote assistance was not utilized on this run that was executed at sunset to test the day-to-night operations. The validation run, they say, is a meaningful step, but it's a waypoint, not the destination. Success is simple. Autonomy must beat human cost per mile consistently and safely. At Bot Auto, humanless means no human, not in the driver's seat, not in the back seat, and not behind a remote joystick. Bot Auto reported before the test run they had completed end-to-end safety verification, including closed-course autonomous testing. The truck, they tell us, was equipped with multiple layers of protection designed to maintain intended performance under normal conditions and respond to unexpected events. Previously, Bot Auto had conducted fully autonomous commercial operations between Houston and San Antone, but they did have safety drivers in the cab in those particular routes. The company says plans to continue these operations as humanless commercial cargo runs, taking the driver or emergency safety operator out of the equation. Yeah, a lot of controversy surrounds the autonomous vehicles. I have not seen a check-in from our two-time world champion bull hauler yet this morning. Lauren Weiss, not sure if he's out there, maybe sleeping at this hour, but yeah, right up his wheelhouse is looking at lawmakers considering changes for some of the livestock haulers out there. What's that about? We will break it down for you coming up here as we roll into a brand new day from time zone to time zone. And by the way, for 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. You can learn more at tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he'd consider designating the anti-fascism group Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization along with other left-wing groups.
Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller also specifically called out Black Lives Matter demonstrations. It comes after the assassination of right-wing personality Charlie Kirk, leading Trump allies to call for a crackdown on left-wing violence. There's no evidence yet that the suspected killer was working as part of a larger effort. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A Manhattan judge gave accused killer Luigi Mangione a big break, throwing out terrorism charges pushed by DA Alvin Bragg. Mangione is accused of gunning down United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson this past December, yet Bragg's top counts were tossed, sparing Mangione a life without parole sentence. The judge also ruled the murder wasn't terrorism, despite Mangione's own writings blasting the healthcare industry. Federal prosecutors still plan to pursue the death penalty. The Israel Defense Forces are pushing into Gaza City, saying it will do its best to safeguard hostages, even as Hamas uses them as human shields. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he'll meet with President Trump in Washington after the UN session, while Israeli jets struck a Houthi port in Yemen following a missile being fired at Israel. An Iowa middle school student has been charged with threats of terrorism.
Boone police got a call just after 9 Monday morning that a boy brought a handgun to school. Officers say it was actually an airsoft-style gun that had been painted black to look like a real gun. Police are not releasing the name or age of the boy. Grades 5 through 8 attend Boone Middle School. The boy's been released to his parents. I'm Sarah Walters.
Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 125 points. The S&P 500 shed 8 points, and the NASDAQ fell 14 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
California's largest illegal alien detention facility is housing more than 500 detainees.
The California City Correctional Facility in eastern Kern County recently opened with a little less than 2,600 beds. California City's Mayor Marquette Hawkins says employees of the privately run facility were not ready for the influx of detainees, and he says the situation is no less than chaotic. However, the prison is expected to bring hundreds of jobs and millions of dollars in revenue to California City. I'm Phil Hewlett.
1 in 6 parents have avoided or delayed vaccinating their children against diseases other than COVID-19 or the flu.
That's according to a new poll from the Washington Post and healthcare policy group KFF. The poll found white parents, Republicans, those with deeply held religious beliefs, and those who homeschool their children most likely to skip vaccinations. Nearly half of religious parents who homeschool skipped inoculating their children. I'm Michael Kastner.
For the first time, the entire United States Constitution is being put out on display at the National Archives Museum in Washington.
It's a rare opportunity for visitors to view all 4 pages of the historic document, all 27 amendments, and the rarely seen 5th page. That was signed by George Washington, which details how each state would ratify this new Constitution. The exhibit coincides with Constitution Day later this month and the lead up to America's 250th anniversary. The display at the National Archives runs through October 1st. I'm Rory O'Neill.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
What do you say? Are you ready to get a new day underway? Well, ready or not, here it is. Making our way into the 17th day of September. Hump Day. Yeah, technically right in the middle of what is normally the peak of hurricane season. While not a single named storm is formed in the Atlantic in nearly three weeks now, even though it is the peak of hurricane season. Where the heck are the Atlantic hurricanes? According to a meteorologist at Colorado State University, he said many are wondering the same thing. Tropical storm Fernand was the latest named storm to form this season. It was short-lived, forming August 23rd, dissipating on the 28th. It, of course, stayed out over the open waters. This, they tell us, is only the second time that no named storms have formed during the peak of the Atlantic hurricane season since modern record-keeping began in the 1950s. Usually, conditions during this period are prime for development. The quietest peak, running from August 29 to September 15, was recorded in 1992. Of course, that was right after Hurricane Andrew devastated the state of Florida. He said there are three factors to blame, or actually to cheer. One is strong wind shear. It is increased thanks to cyclonic circulation in the mid to upper troposphere, which is the lowest region of the Earth's atmosphere. Number two, persistent dry, stable air across the tropical Atlantic. And number three, a drop in the amount of rainfall in West Africa, where tropical waves form during hurricane season. This is pretty positive, especially for us in Puerto Rico. This is a forecaster from the National Weather Service there in Puerto Rico. The U.S. territory still rebuilding from Hurricane Maria that hit them as a Category 4 in September of 2017. But the lack of storms have prompted experts at Colorado State University to actually publish an explanatory report earlier this month. There has been considerable discussion among meteorologists, the media, and the general public about this recent quiet in the Atlantic season, which called it quite remarkable. Forecasters say we could still see a busy season in the second half of September and the first part of October. A cluster of storms currently located hundreds of miles east of the Caribbean is forecast to become a named storm in the upcoming days, although it is expected to turn away from the region and, like others, remain over the open water, possibly as a powerful hurricane. Another cluster of storms is swirling behind, but so far it only has a 20% chance of formation. From now till October 15, Rodriguez says conditions are going to be pretty prime. Ocean temperatures warm. Up to 80% of hurricane activity in the Atlantic occurs in August and September. But this year, we've only seen 6 named storms. One of the issues plaguing the Atlantic this hurricane season has been insufficient instability. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration had predicted an above-normal season. 13 to 18 named storms. Of those, 5 to 9 were expected to be hurricanes, including 2 to 5 major. Aaron did strengthen into this year's first Atlantic hurricane in August. It did reach Category 5 status briefly, but of course ultimately bypassed land. No other hurricanes have formed since then. The conga line of tropical waves exiting Africa that hits its peak by late August and September. It's a little bit late to the party this year, he said. All right. It has been relatively quiet. I don't think people are actually complaining. The good news for folks like Philip, Captain Ron, those who live in the state of Florida, haven't had to break out the boards and board things up. See what's going on with Plowboy. What's happening?
Well, good morning, Steve. Well, I just got a slight thought on that one. Something I just thought of. Maybe it's because we got President Trump in the White House.
Right.
You don't think that could be well, they come off the Horn of Africa. Maybe Africa doesn't want to pay the damn tariff to ship it in here. We can live with that.
Well, they try to blame,
But,
if you have an active hurricane season or a devastating season, they try to blame Trump for that, wouldn't they?
You got that right, brother. You got that right. I called and I got several issues been thinking about, but that deal that you read about that another autonomous truck that we just kicked out,
Yep.
they just kicked out against our wants and desires. Okay, I guess that thing is going to be tested in the rain. Maybe that's one reason why we can't get a hurricane in there. We ain't got a damn truck that can run in the rain down in there. That's autonomous. Because they ain't been sufficient in that yet. I don't care less. I mean, Steve, we hear about truck accidents every day. And I go back to Florida. And here the other day, I leased a car from Enterprise, and I was just playing with the navigation system of the dang thing, and got in the construction zone. It said, U-turn. It was literally pointing me towards a U-turn. That would have been illegal.
Yeah.
Next time it said a U-turn, is already a U-turn that was no longer in presence. We get this autonomous truck running out there, and that dang thing says U-turn. Are we going to have another bad accident like happened in Florida? Now, who's going to pay? What law enforcement agency wants to go tell that family there was no driver in that truck? I sure as heck would hate to be on the giving end or receiving end of that, because at least we can do this with a non-English speaking drivers. I wish Duffy and them would get off their tails and do something about this non-driving truck. Really, I do. I wish we could get, but I know I'm preaching to the choir. Oh my word! When I heard your first caller tonight, that was a shock, Steve.
Yep.
I mean, and I'm sorry about what y'all been going through in your family too, and with brother Tommy. Yeah, I tip my hat to all of them folks. Really, I do. Hey, but no. Now I'm going to sound like a Democrat for a minute. Off of what Connor or Conley or whatever that feller's name was, Daryl's, the caller. At times, I do have to agree with what was said years ago. It does take a village to raise some of his idiots. And like when he was talking about his daddy by the handle of Chaplin, curtailed what could have been a bad situation. And I'm sorry, I've just buried one that was like a daddy to me. I got to call him up any time of the night, needed an advice, whatever. We've talked quite a lot in my life. We've just buried him over less than a week ago. And I mean, Steve, so many times we got people that we can go to that there's some of us, we don't have a close family. We're not close. We're closer knitted to our friends, extended family. That's the reason why I said that about what Hillary Clinton, even though at times I can talk down about the gal, but I still say it takes a village to raise some of us idiots. But motorcycle accident, I chewed out some people here just the other day, and I hate to see it. And it's some of these people that love to blow their grass clippings, leaves, whatever into the path of their traffic.
Right.
And the motorcycle, they hit that. Oh, it's going to be a heck of a bad wreck, if not intimate death, because you can't control it on that slick stuff. And I mean, But people are just like, oh, well, ain't my yard. But on a heavier topic, did you hear in California City, it was on your newscast here a bit ago, that they're going to start housing some illegals in Kern County, California? That's not a bad place to put them. Really, it's not. California City and Kern County, I don't know of anybody can bitch and raise hell, Steve, about not in my backyard, because out there, that's the middle of the dang desert away from everybody, sir. I mean, I don't know if anybody could complain about that facility.
Is that the one where they said they're housing 500, I think, right now? Is that the one?
Correct, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. But I don't know. It's just, and, yeah, wow. Get them in, get them all. But I'm going to have to go back and hear again what Cash Patel and them was talking about earlier. That I've seen in parts and bits of clips that, no. All I can say, I thank everybody that has ever been in my life and will be in my life. Hey, by the way, I had a phone call the other night from one of your callers. He got my number from Pappy, and that was Philip. Had a great conversation, that fine young man. I came to find out we had a lot of things in common, even though I'm from Alabama, Missouri. Florida's a good place, so found out about Disney World. But I'm just kind of out of anything to say. I know I've been on a lot. Y'all have a good night, Steve.
Oh, thanks for checking in. You got it. There you go. Hello to Stacy. Hello, everyone. Checking in from north central Kansas, 72. Beautiful outside. Went for a walk tonight. Went a little further than normal tonight. A beautiful night to take a walk. There you go. Have a great day and safe travels, everyone out there. And good morning from Hillbilly. Yeah, thoughts and prayers to Daryl's family. Just moving a trailer up here in Columbus. Nice 71 degrees. Missed you last night. Had a busy weekend. Had to install a stackable washer and dryer for my little woman. Then had to replumb the sink drain. Run to the hardware store 2 or 3 times. Yeah, you think you got everything you need. You're always missing something, right? I did watch a little bit of the trial for the Charlie shooter. Hope it'll be a speedy trial, but I bet it's not going to be. I'm really not a fan of any autonomous vehicles. Just say I have trust issues. Yeah, I know computers mess up and they can be hacked. No doubt. All right, everybody be safe. Have a great show. Thanks for tuning in there. Hillbilly, have a great morning.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mild. after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know for certain we have one dedicated listener in the livestock hauling biz, and that's, of course, the two-time world champion bull hauler. I was going to get his take on this as far as how do these livestock haulers treat the animals they're hauling? Lawmakers, they tell us, are considering legislation to increase animal welfare by cracking down on enforcement of what they call the 28-hour law for livestock haulers. Nevada Congresswoman Dina Titus announced the introduction of the Humane Transport of Farmed Animals Act. The bill would require the Department of Transportation and the Department of Agriculture to develop a mechanism to monitor compliance with the 28-hour law, a law that requires animals to be offloaded for food, water, and rest if they have traveled for 28 hours or more. My question for Lauren would be how many scenarios of 28 hours actually occur out there? I wouldn't think that's a very common thing, but additionally, the bill would prohibit the interstate transport of livestock that are deemed unfit for travel due to sickness, injury, or other conditions. The Congresswoman said for far too long, federal regulations requiring humane treatment of transported farm animals have not been enforced. This act would stop this lax regulation that has resulted in many animals being injured or succumbing to disease during transport. Endorsed by a number of animal rights protection groups, obviously, including the Animal Welfare Institute, the Humane World Action Fund, the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, and the Animal Legal Defense Fund. Although the federal 28-hour law was originally passed in 1873, it hasn't been meaningfully updated for over 3 decades. While nearly every aspect of agriculture, animal care, and interstate commerce has evolved during this time, according to the president of the Humane World Action Fund. Outdated transportation practices not only cause unnecessary stress to animals, but heighten the risk of spreading disease when sick and young animals are moved across state lines over long periods of time, confined with the most minimal of care. Modernizing this law is a simple way to protect animals, strengthen safety standards, and protect public health. Now, I'm thinking 1873, a time period where it'd take a whole hell of a lot longer to transport animals from point A to point B versus today. When we talk to Lauren next time around, I'd venture to say there ain't many livestock that are being transported anywhere for that extensive of a period of time. unless maybe they come up on weather issues, shut down interstates where they're stranded for an extended period of time, things of that nature. But very interesting. 26 past the hour. The anonymous hippopotamus will be checking in coming up momentarily. We're getting close to the news break, so let's get through that first. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Well, I think it's fair to say Tony Stewart likely suffered a concussion during that crash over the weekend. Brother Rambler had forwarded a story this past day that Tony says he couldn't remember anything after he was involved in that scary NHRA crash. The four-time NASCAR Cup Series champion voted into the NASCAR Hall of Fame in 2019, but his racing days are certainly not behind him. He recently celebrated a huge championship win with a giant check. Of course, now competing in the NHRA Drag Racing Series, where he suffered that big crash over the weekend Sunday. Doug Kalida's Top Fuel dragster actually got the win over Tony in that race, but Kalida's front left tire, suffered a malfunction, causing his vehicle to veer to the left into Tony's lane, crashing into Tony. Both drivers were able to get out of the cars under their own power. But the NHRA released a statement regarding the crash, which said during the second round of Top Fuel eliminations on Sunday at Maple Grove Raceway, Doug Kalida's dragster crossing the center line past the finish line, then colliding with Tony Stewart's dragster in the left lane. Both Stewart and Kalida were able to leave their cars under their own power. Tony's dragster actually went over on its side, but ultimately came back up on the wheels, striking the left guard wall before coming to a stop. Both Stewart and Kalida were alert and exited their cars, examined on-site by the NHRA chief medical officer before being released. But Tony admitted he could not remember anything when it came to the crash. He said, I don't have a damn clue, honestly. I don't remember any of it. The first thing I remember is they're walking me up here. So he needs to keep a close eye. That's concussion protocol, right? Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A new report suggests that Republican candidates across the U.S. stand to make gains in the 2026 election races, despite a possible redistricting of California's congressional maps.
Republicans appear well positioned to retain control of the House because similar plans in at least 3 red states would erase any gains California Democrats make through new maps. In November, California voters will decide the fate of Proposition 50, which the state legislature put forth at Governor Gavin Newsom's request after Texas redrew districts to give 5 additional seats to Republicans. I'm Phil Hewlett.
President Trump is extending the deadline for a TikTok ban.
ByteDance, the app's Chinese parent company, had faced a Wednesday deadline to sell the popular video sharing platform. President Trump signed an order today that will allow TikTok to continue service in the U.S. through at least December 16th of this year. I'm Chris Garagio.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
MediShare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with MediShare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love MediShare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for MediShare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Elsewhere in the world of sports, the official breakdown on Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow is going to be out for several months. Most reports are saying like 3 months. According to the local ABC affiliate, the Bengals are adding to the quarterback room in the wake of Burrow's injury. Citing ESPN's Adam Schefter, Bengals announced the signing of former Jets quarterback Mike White and former Packers quarterback Sean Clifford to the practice squad to kind of bolster their roster this season. Yeah, off to a 2-0 start. And then you get the word your team leader is going to be out for an extended period of time. That was not good news. Some analysts say, for all practical purposes, their season's done. All right, we shall see. Meanwhile, let's get to the anonymous hippopotamus. Good morning.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back quick, Your Honor. So, yeah, I'm talking about the Truck Driver Appreciation Week, and we forgot all about our main one here. Did you ever say anything about our main sponsor here, Hot Shot Secret, that has us with the overnight radio program every night?
I did Monday. I mentioned that on the Monday show, but yeah, that continues all week. Yep, I need to share that again.
An additional 10% for the CDL drivers there, so you get 20% for being a CDL driver this week.
Correct.
And I wish I'd realized it last week when I made a $400 purchase. But anyways, that's the way it goes, I guess. But anyways, there. So Spaceman will be glad to know that the Hot Shot Secret package came in a Buster Brown package car. So that's different from the last delivery.
I thought traditionally FedEx had been the go-to carrier. I thought.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what happened. Maybe they had an overrun. Maybe the people with the spoon and the arrow in their name there couldn't handle all the deliveries, or something happened. I don't know. You know about the spoon and the arrow in the FedEx, right?
I've heard about that. Yes.
Yeah. So the little E there looks like a spoon, and I don't know, is it the X or something that looks like it's got an arrow in it? So anyways, but anyway, so that's completely nonsense. It means absolutely nothing to anybody out here other than maybe the FedEx people and Dingbat. But anyway, so 1873.
Yeah.
I think most of your cattle, I think they were being hauled on the railroad tracks, weren't they? Weren't they like at Dodge City and Fort Worth, and they were taking them to the major cities of Chicago? I don't know which one in California, maybe San Francisco or Sacramento. But so probably that 28-hour rule was almost more instated for the rail service than actually the trucking business. But I'm thinking that might be, because I mean you figure how long it takes. You got the big stockyards and the rail cars, and you got to move the rail cars up and get them in position and herd all the cattle through all the ramping and everything to get them all loaded on the rail cars, to get the trains to go down the tracks and get the trains down the track, and then you got to do the reverse process to get them all off. So even though the trip might only be 12 or 14 hours, some of the cattle might be on rail cars for well in excess of 20, 25, 28 hours. But anyways, so I don't know. That was just kind of a quick calculation thing I was kind of figuring out there, but as far as modern livestock, I really haven't been involved in that side, because I don't know. I just never really been. I haven't really had the opportunity, but the interest of being stomped on, kicked, gored, crushed. I don't know what all else could happen to you, but and then have to get in the truck and drive for however many hours to get them to where they're going. I don't know. Just hasn't been real exciting thought. The hog industry, hauling piggy wiggies, I don't know. It's pinned tight enough for my nose to do
kind
that
of
one.
It's a stinky job.
Some of those get to be, some of them, those wagons can get pretty ripe. So hats off to the guys that do that. And I don't know. I got too soft of a heart. I'd have troubles. I know we're meat eaters, and I don't have any problem with that. People eating tasty animals, PETA there. I'm a member of that group. But to be the one dropping them off there where they'd have to be processed, it'd kind of be a hard thing for me. I don't know. So I know it. I know it happens. And I've been out and done my share of deer hunting, and done that myself, and all the processing, because we didn't send it out to have it done. We did it all at home, and so. But I don't know. It's I don't know. Not something that I have a real. I know it has to be done, but anyways, there. So I don't know. I had something else I was going to toss in there, but I guess we'll have to hold that off. Maybe if we don't hear from Knucklebuster, maybe I'll have to fill in for him in the loneliest hour, Your Honor.
That may be.
Where's the Knucklebuster?
That may be. All right. Well, until then, thanks for checking. And what he was referencing there, though, was Truck Driver Appreciation Week. Now through September 20th. Stock up on the products trusted by professional drivers to improve fuel economy, restore engine power, protect against costly breakdowns. That's your Hot Shot Secret product. CDL verification will be needed for commercial drivers in possession of a, obviously, commercial driver's license. You must have a U.S.-based license. You only have to do the verification process one time. So if you've previously ordered from Hot Shot Secrets via the website, you are already a verified CDL holder. But if it would be the first time trying to take advantage of that, we're talking 20% off everything, all products, this week in recognition of Truck Driver Appreciation Week. All Hot Shot Secret diesel fuel additives and engine treatments. So you upload the proof of your CDL documentation online. It's then verified, usually in less than 5 minutes during normal business hours. And they say the documents are actually deleted simultaneously. They simply verify you've got the CDL. You go into the system as verified. The information is deleted. And you'll actually get an approval code in your email as a verified CDL driver. You then subsequently use that verification code for all future orders. So, again, if you're verified, currently you've got that code that you would use upon ordering. Your existing coupon code is automatically ready to go this week for 20% off automatically for all purchases at hotshotsecret.com. Let's move to the latest developments. There's been quite a bit over the last several days in relation to the Charlie Kirk shooting. The FBI director, will start here, announced some newfound evidence strengthening the case against the assassin. Confirming the FBI has found and processed the DNA evidence, first from the towel that was wrapped around the firearm discarded in the wooded area, as well as on a screwdriver that was found on the rooftop where the shooter was. Both samples identified as a positive match to 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. Patel said he claimed that he had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk. Speaking on Fox and Friends this past morning, he says, "I can report today the DNA hits from the towel that were wrapped around the firearm, DNA on the screwdriver, are positively processed for the suspect in custody. This will be instrumental in building the case against Robinson," which, by the way, charges were officially filed later after that announcement this past morning. In recent days, it was confirmed Robinson was living with his trans-identifying boyfriend, the biological male who claimed to be a woman. According to Utah Governor Spencer Cox, he also revealed that the writing inscribed on the bullet casings found at the crime scene, one of which said, "Hey, fascists, catch." His family has collectively told investigators that he subscribed to left-wing ideology, and even more so over the last couple of years, claiming that He had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and he was going to do it because of his hatred for what Charlie stood for. Meanwhile, more developments in regards to some of the text messages exchanged after the shooting between the shooter and his boyfriend, the romantic partner. The attorney Jeff Gray, reading from the messages to the transgender roommate from Tyler Robinson. This unveiled at a news conference this past day. Robinson says, "Why did I do it?" ? Twigs says, "Yeah." Robinson replies, "I had enough of his hatred. Some hate cannot be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they've moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it." Now, this exchange would have been when the manhunt was ongoing. Twigs replies, "How long have you been planning this?" His response, a bit over a week, I believe. In another video posted on X, Gray said Robinson's mother expressed concern to her husband that the suspect shooter looked like Robinson, to which the father agreed. Robinson's mother explained over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and more trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, the biological male who was transitioning genders. Grace said that in a family conversation before the shooting, Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. Newsweek reported that during the conversation, Robinson told his parents, quote, "There's too much evil, and the guy spreads too much hate," speaking of Kirk. Now, according to ABC, on the day Kirk was shot, Robinson texted Twigs, stating, "Drop what you're doing. Look under my keyboard." The roommate found the note that read, quote, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." Those revelations, as Gray announced, we will be indeed seeking the death penalty in this case. Gray said, Charlie's murder is an American tragedy. He did not, he say, take this decision lightly to seek the death penalty against a 22-year-old suspect. Now, you recall some of the chaos that ensued shortly after the shooting. A word of a suspect being in custody that was subsequently released. Then a second suspect in custody. We now know the first individual that was arrested shortly after Charlie was shot has now been locked up on charges of his own. 71-year-old George Zinn was taken away from Utah Valley University by police immediately after Kirk was gunned down. And he was the one officials later said actually had no connection to the crime. Zinn was arrested on suspicion of obstruction of justice. So he was admitted to the hospital on the day of the shooting, released on Monday, then locked up in Utah County Jail. Again, suspicion of obstruction of justice in a capital first-degree felony case. This charge is a second-degree felony. In an affidavit, Utah Valley University Police Detective Michael Dutson said that Zinn approached him after Kirk was shot. He said he immediately started yelling at me, "I shot him. Now shoot me." Now, I could see both of his hands. I could not see a weapon. When I asked, "Where's the gun?" his reply was, "I'm not going to tell you." Dutson said that after being taken to Utah Valley University police officers, Zinn asked for an attorney and said he did not shoot the individual, saying that he did it to draw attention from the real shooter. He later told officials he was glad that he said he shot the individual so the real suspect could get away. He also stated to officers that he wanted to be a martyr for the person who was shot. Now, they say this guy, this 71-year-old, I guess suffice it to say he's maybe cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. He has a history of criminal charges and convictions. In 2013, he was convicted of making a terroristic threat at the Salt Lake City Marathon, according to the district attorney. Now, his criminal history dates back to the 1980s. He's a person who can be odd. Now, had these kinds of sometimes odd behavior challenges. By and large, he's more of a gadfly than anything else. Said he's often arrested on suspicion of trespassing. He said Zinn he'd give me a hard time for being a Democrat. Almost every political event you can think of, there was always George somewhere in the background listening. So he liked to show up at these kind of events. I guess he was just looking for a chance at some attention, you would say.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Well, hello to Jerry, checking in there from Kokomo this early hump day morning. Who says, hey, Steve, does Hot Shot Secret make a gasoline mix? Yeah, the answer, Jerry, is yes. Yes, absolutely. That would be the Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. So if you've got a gas vehicle, pickup truck, car, or whatever the case is, yeah, the Gasoline Extreme would go obviously on the fuel side. When it comes to the oil for gasoline engines, if you've got a vehicle with a lot of miles on it, you would start off with the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator on the oil side and use that maybe like every third oil change in between It's known as the FR3 friction reducer that goes into the oil. The Stiction Eliminator already has the FR3 in it, but you save Stiction Eliminator is a little more expensive than the FR3, so you save some money on those in-between oil changes. Yeah, you can treat your gasoline engine from top to bottom. So there you go, check that out. 844-844-3388. Yeah, meanwhile, Kash Patel also kind of divulging that a now deleted X account appears to have had prior knowledge of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and subsequently actually posted a threatening date for President Trump. Now, of course, we know Trump was shot during the outdoor speech in Pennsylvania, July 13 last year. The account known as Tally Hall Album posted an eerily specific joke on September the 3rd, declaring it would be, quote, funny if someone like Charlie Kirk got shot on September 10th, LMAO. Just days after the tragedy, the user followed up with a rather cryptic reply, simply stating, "Did I?" And then escalated the threat by posting, quote, Donald Trump, December 14th, before scrubbing the entire profile from existence. Kash Patel announcing that he has indeed ramped up the investigation to at least 7 suspicious social media accounts that all seemed to display prior knowledge that Kirk was going to be shot, including this one. We'll pick up with more on that as we roll up on the news break here, so hold that thought. Senor Heatwave will be checking in. There, it looks like the Knuckle Buster is on board. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is sending the National Guard into Memphis as part of his federal crackdown on crime.
From the Oval Office on Monday, President Trump said the deployment of troops to Memphis would be exactly like recent operations in Washington, D.C. Trump said members of the Guard would work alongside the FBI and other federal agents. Alabama's governor has said she'd welcome troops if they were deployed to cities in her state, including Birmingham and Montgomery. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Luigi Mangione is no longer facing state terrorism charges after a New York state judge dismissed 2 counts this morning.
The judge says the evidence provided to the grand jury was not sufficient to support the state charge of murder as a crime of terrorism. The judge will not dismiss second-degree murder charges, which Mangione has already pleaded not guilty to. The 27-year-old's legal team is trying to get state murder charges dismissed because he's facing federal charges in connection to the December 2024 Manhattan shooting that killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Republican South Carolina Congresswoman Nancy Mace says she's going to try and strip Democratic Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar of her committee assignments after Omar's comments following the murder of conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
She is inciting violence against conservatives in the wake of Charlie Kirk's political assassination. She is dehumanizing conservatives all across the country, calling Charlie Kirk a terrorist.
Mace called Omar's comments disgraceful and said she's also going to try to have her censured. The move seems to stem from comments Omar made to left-wing personality Mehdi Hassan.
You have people like Trump who has incited violence against people like me.
And that it's important to call out Republicans. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 125 points. The S&P 500 shed 8 points, and the Nasdaq fell 14 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Operation Midway Blitz continues in Chicago.
There have been several reports of ICE arrests taking place in the surrounding immigration communities. Illinois State Senator Corina Villa advised some residents to stay in their homes.
We are here to show our solidarity and our commitment to our people.
She added that ICE detained more than a dozen people on Monday in suburban West Chicago. Immigration advocate groups also reported ICE activity in West suburban Aurora.
Perry Williams with that report. The Jefferson County, Colorado Sheriff's Department is releasing details about how last week's Evergreen High School shooting unfolded.
The Jefferson County Sheriff's Office says the first officers on scene arrived at the school 2.5 minutes after calls started flooding 911. In a statement, the office says the shooter unloaded about 20 shots, first inside the school, hitting the first victim, then outside after he left the school, crossed the football field, and shot a second victim. Both victims are still hospitalized. I'm Connor Shreve.
Mount St. Helens looked like it might be erupting, but it turns out that was just ash from the 1980 eruptions blowing into the air.
The U.S. Geological Survey says this time of year when snow is melted, strong winds can blow the exposed ash into the air, making it look like a plume. Commercial airline pilots saw the resuspended ash and reported it. Mount St. Helens remains a color code green and the alert level is normal, but resuspended ash can be a hazard to aviation and health. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Casey and Lacey demonstrate Region 2 dominance in Superfarm and Mini. Roth and Molnau answer back on behalf of Region 3 in Light Limiteds and Superstock trucks. And the Beasleys haul a second Big Light Pro check back to Region 4 as the Enderley celebrates the best from every corner of the pulling world. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radar Report. The Enderley Memorial Pull-Off overtook the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Ohio for the 19th time. This year, the Steiner Tractor Parts Regional National competitors were the late draw on the twin tracks and sent twilight into darkness and summer into fall with 12 highly competitive classes. In light limited Superstock, Jeremy Roth's Mohawk Warrior Atlas won its second straight, this time on the final hook of 3 and by 20 feet. In Classic Superstock, Matthew Spillman's Shell Shock Deer, the class of Region 2 all season, laid down a 371-foot first hook to outdistance 2 Eastern Territorial rivals. In Superfarm, it's your turn, Steve, who became the third Casey brother in 3 years to pilot the Whoopie Maker Binder to Enderley victory in a class of 4. In Light Pro Stock, Kendall Beasley's Old Faithful High Gear Harvester International was 24 feet too fast for its 4 challengers from Regions 1, 2, and 3. In 4.1 Pro Stock, 3 tractors from 3 states were separated by less than 3 feet. Coming out on top was Jacob All and his Just Add Dirt International. In Hot Farm, Mike Palmer's Red Avenger Classic IH now wears 20.8 shoes, and it's an Enderley winner of another tight 3-entry class. In two-wheel drive, Wayne Timmerman answered his phone to substitute for the Region 3 winner and converted that call into a second straight Enderley win with a Showtime Chevy. In four-wheel drive, Dan Klaczynski's Extreme Whiplash Ford had the rest of the field craning their necks. His 363 feet was the best of 3. In Superstock four-wheel drive, the drought is over for the Region 3 challengers. Ryan Molnau's Blue Streak Chevrolet broke the home region's 4-year stranglehold. In S&S Diesel Motorsport Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0, Brian Shue's Iron Maiden Dodge flew the winning sortie from the number 1 position and held on over the Whitmans. In Modified Mini, Dave Lacey had half the entries and the top 2 finishes. Unchained was the stronger horse and gives Lacey his second Enderley check. And in Modified, FORD has been the power source of choice for Kevin Giroux for decades. The Blue Oval was supreme in a 3-way battle of 3-engine mods. Earlier in the evening, the NTPA crowned its 13 Grand National Champions after a session and a season of thrills. In Light Superstock, your champion is Colton Whitworth with Yield Express. In Newfield Zag Superstock Diesel, your champion is Colin Ross with Triple Bypass. In Superstock Open, your champion is Terry Blackburn with Extremely Armed and Dangerous. In High Torque Super Farm, your champion is Gary Chavink with New Attitude. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, your champions are Brent Meyer, RJ Simon, and Brandon Simon with Loud and Heavy. In Two-Wheel Drive, your champion is Chase Richardson with Suffering Sanity. In 4-wheel drive, your champion is Tommy Corsa with American Made. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, your champion is Shane Kellogg with Trump. In Dr. Preload Super Semi, your champion is Pat Island with Just Passing Through in Class. In CM Pulling Tires Modified Mini, your champion is Adam Kester with Footloose. In GMS Manufacturing Machine Light Modified, your champion is Wayne Sullivan with the Kentuckian. In Modified, your champion is Brandon Simon with Simon Says. And in Unlimited, your champion is Joe Ader with Emax. We'll congratulate the GN Class winners in our next report. This week, the Wolverine Pullers own the schedule with regional national events in Centerville, Michigan on Friday and Saturday, September 19th and 20th, and Hillsdale on Sunday afternoon. NTPAPull.com and the NTPA mobile app for info. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All righty, thank you much. Another hour underway here on a Wednesday hump day. Good to have you with us. Trust your week's going well. See what's going on with Senor Heatwave. Are we headed toward the Big D? Is that my understanding?
Yes, sir. And I do mean Dallas. Good morning, Senor. Excuse me. Well, I guess I must be a doctor or whatnot, because I just went by Uranus, Missouri. So, anyways, well, it's a place where they love to pack your fudge.
That's the place.
I tell you, that's the one. The last time I'd gone to the truck show and met y'all, we was on our way back, and back to New Mexico, and I stopped in there. And I'll be dadgum if the woman behind the counter knew exactly where I was from, because she was from that neck of the woods in New Mexico as well. And it's like, ain't that something? We got to go over almost 800 miles just to say hey, because everybody knew where everybody was from. So that was a good visit. I really enjoyed that. Hope to do it again in the future, but we're going to have to wait and see what all's coming up here. I have a niece that graduates on May 21st, and she made sure that I remembered that date, because she wants me to be there to watch her walk across the stage. I said, all right. Oh, let's see. Well, I don't know. I think some folks have seen that picture I posted on your page, where there is a warning that if you intend to bring a gun on campus, that the faculty and staff, they're all certified in guns, and they will use whatever means they need to protect their students. And it says it right there on that placard, and it is placarded all over that campus there in Rogers, Texas. And I'm thinking, you know what? God bless Texas. Even if Rogers is anyways. So you've seen all these liberals out there crying and complaining and whining and bitching and moaning. They got fired because they were ecstatic that Charlie Kirk got shot and killed. I wonder how many of those are staged videos, though. You know, I mean, it's not like you're going to have someone out there with a camera and showing them ranting and raving that they got dismissed because of their attitudes and their ideologies and their absolute hatefulness. But then again, I guess maybe it was staged in a way to show them that they're, that they're mad. And they've got, it's just, I don't know, it all just seems staged to me. But I'm sure some of them are truly, like what they call it, the self. They do have that camera turned on to them, and they're expressing themselves. But yeah, you taking pleasure in someone else's pain, and it's going to turn around and bite you in the hind end, Oh, the school shooting, I guess it happened last week, about the same time that Charlie was murdered. What is going on with kids these days? It used to be where when I went to school, and I don't know about you when you went to school, but when I went to school, we had gun racks in our pickups, and we had guns in the gun racks in our pickups at school. And in FFA, we'd have magazine sales and fruit sales for like Christmas or whatnot, but we had opportunities to win shotguns and rifles.
Right.
And they would actually bring those guns to school. I mean, wow, I mean, hell, today, if you bring a frog to school, somebody might shoot the damn thing. I don't know where we got off track. The people's sense of right and wrong and obviously common sense, which ain't so common, and it's a commodity that's very rare in society these days. It just went to the wayside, and I don't know who we need to blame for it. Should we blame the parents? Should we blame the government? Should we blame video game makers? I mean, for some reason, these kids are turned away from God or a belief in a higher power with, high morals, and it's just frightening. It really is. When they started shooting each other back in '97 at the Columbine, I mean, it seems like that was the jumping point for everyone else that was mentally disturbed to say, "Oh yeah, I think I'll make a name for myself too."
Copycat.
And yeah, exactly. We don't need anything like that. We need to really knuckle down and put these kids straight. How we're going to do it, I don't know, because it's so much easier to tear something down than it is to build. And we're definitely going to have to build character and build a sense of responsibility and a sense of worth in these children. And I tell you what, it's just a damn shame. So, Ilhan Omar, AOC, you're griping and complaining. And what else is new? They're always griping about something or complaining about something or rejoicing about, a sad day. I mean, there is a woman out there who is grieving for her husband, and there are 2 children that may not remember their father. They are without their father. They are without a leader in their life. And they're griping about, well, I don't know why y'all are complaining. Y'all had that crazy person kill somebody up there, kill 4 people in Minnesota. And I wanted to ask you about that. Was the story about that particular person that killed a state house assembly person and the speaker of the house up in Minnesota, wasn't the idea that it was a conservative, was that debunked, or was that actually a true statement? Was that man that did all that shooting up there and then dressed up as a police officer going to these people's houses, was he actually a conservative that just went crazy, or was that story debunked? Officer going to these people's houses, was he actually a conservative that just went debunked? Because there was one post where the Democrats were saying, well, you had this one crazy person. And it don't matter really what ideology you're under, but it sure seems like there's a lot more people on the left that's creating more chaos than anybody out here on the right. So, I won't say we have the higher moral grounds, but I'm going to say if you're going to keep score, the left is way ahead to the Republicans 1. I was up in Klein's Corners the other day coming out from Albuquerque, and there's a little truck stop up there. The little old guy behind the counter, he was griping about Trump, and he was comparing him to the Nazis. He says, yeah, Trump's a Nazi. I said, how do you figure that? And he said the Nazi party in Germany was conservative. I said, oh, the Democratic Socialist Party. That ended that conversation pretty damn quick.
Right.
So, other than that, I tell you what, Texas A&M football, them guys, I tell you what, I guess you've probably seen that video of Coach Mike Elko picking up that chair and flipping it over his his shoulder. Like, they said, "Oh, that's Bobby Knight's offspring, huh?" Well, it was probably more epic because it happened on a basketball court. But I mean, that guy was about as red in the face as his maroon sweatshirt was maroon. I mean, I thought the guy was going to have a stroke. And, the A&M has got this idea of, bad things happen to us. And I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to break that mentality, saying, no, you go out there and you define your own fate. You don't let someone else define it for you. So, and then, that's tradition. Of course, A&M has never lost. They have never lost a football game. They've been outscored, but they have never lost.
That's right.
Yep. And that other coach out there in New Mexico, I can't remember his name right offhand. It kind of eludes me, but I don't know if it's he's having a positive impact on the team, or if he knew the team he played against, because he came from Idaho State Vandals. He was playing them, and 2 weekends ago they beat them by 10 points. They beat Idaho State. But then, UCLA, I mean, that's big name. They paid New Mexico $1.2 million to show up at the Rose Bowl for, a tune-up game for UCLA. Well, UCLA lost by 25 points to New Mexico, University of New Mexico, a college that has no real tradition except in basketball. And then UCLA fires their head coach. And I got to thinking, that's kind of reminiscent of New Mexico State going into the Auburn and beating them handily about 3 years ago. And right now, New Mexico State's got a team that looks like it may be on the verge of starting to break open with new tradition, and that tradition would be winning.
Wouldn't you love to see that?
So I certainly would, and I would love to see the the Rio Grande rivalry between UNM and New Mexico State means something other than just bragging rights for the one who won the game, and not just for the loser of the state to have says, well, at least we beat our rival. I really want to see them go out and do good and make a name for themselves. But that's just me. Other than that, did I miss anything else today? I just woke up here about an hour and a half ago.
I think that covers most
I'll
of
let
it.
you.
All right, good to hear from you. Send your safe travels rolling into the Big D there, Dallas, Texas. You mentioned Elon Omar. Now, she made, like many others, very disparaging remarks about Charlie Kirk. And anyone who's actually supporting Charlie. There are some Republicans that would like to see her pay a price for trashing Charlie Kirk. Representative Nancy Mace from South Carolina this past day said, Elon Omar has shown us exactly who she is, someone who defends political violence and refuses to condemn the loss of innocent lives when it doesn't suit her agenda. Even the cold-blooded assassination of Charlie Kirk. The release said Omar demeaned Charlie Kirk, belittled his grieving family, and all but blamed him for being shot. If you mock a political assassination and celebrate murder, you don't get to keep your committee seat. You get consequences. A resolution sponsored by Mace says Representative Elon Omar's action in the wake of the assassination of Charlie Kirk are reprehensible and affect the dignity and integrity of the proceedings of the House, calling for her to be booted from the House Committee on Education and the Workforce and House Budget Committee, and to be censured. Representative Buddy Carter, Republican from Georgia, also offered a similar resolution, calling for her to be removed from the two committees. He said, disparaging Charlie Kirk's legacy, a God-fearing, honorable man, for boldly sharing his conservative beliefs is disgusting. The radical left has normalized meeting free speech with violence, and it has to stop, he says. No one who justifies the murder of someone with different political views than them deserves to sit on a committee. Ilhan Omar openly used language that incites violence toward her political opponents. Committees are for serious lawmakers, not hate-spewing politicians. House Speaker Mike Johnson said he's not yet seen the resolutions, did not say if a vote was planned on either, but Nancy said she will force a vote on her resolution this week. She did say she had not yet spoken to the House leaders. President Trump said he supports punishing Omar for her comments. He said, I think she's a disgraceful person, a loser. It's amazing the way people vote, he says. I know it's people from her area, maybe all over the world. Yeah, they got her. They vote her in. It's hard to believe, but I think she's a disgusting person. 844-844-3388. Well, there's the Knuckle Buster. What's happening?
Morning, Mr. T. Sommers. Simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, T. Sommers, and thanks for the shout out there, and Mr. Horse Feather. So we'll give you a Marine Corps shout out too. So, well, hey, Steve, what day is it? What day is it? It's Wednesday, Steve.
Wednesday.
Oh, wait a minute. Horse Feather's already made it official, didn't he?
Hump day.
Yep. So, yeah, absolutely. Well, you remember when George Jones got a DUI for riding lawnmower going down to the liquor store? Yeah. Well, this Canadian man, he drove his daughter's Barbie Jeep in traffic and got a DUI. See? I think he upped old George Jones this thing. I mean, how hard was it, Chet? I don't know. I hope he had enough battery power. So,
yeah, what's the Barbie Jeep go, like 4 miles an hour?
Yeah, something like that if it does. I don't know. It might only do 2 or 3.
Yeah.
So, that's crazy. Well, I was on board last night, but Steve Sommers wasn't on board, so I don't know what was going on with you. So, somebody said something about Mama Sommers earlier, so I don't know. What happened? Do you mind telling me? Or
no, it wasn't Mama Sommers. It's actually it's my mother. Pappy said prayers for my mother. My Uncle Fred that we've been mentioning. Uncle Fred is in pretty bad shape. I had to take a day off. His days are numbered, if you know what I mean. We had to get out there and get him to the bank so they can get power of attorney and bank accounts settled and all those sort of things. And it was kind of an all-day affair for me that I had to take care of. And I knew it was going to be an all-day thing, so I just asked them if I could take a night off. So, when he said Mama Sommers, my mom's last name isn't Sommers, but that's what I know what he meant there. But hold the thought. We'll be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A new report suggests that Republican candidates across the U.S. stand to make gains in the 2026 election races, despite a possible redistricting of California's congressional maps.
Republicans appear well positioned to retain control of the House because similar plans in at least 3 red states would erase any gains California Democrats make through new maps. In November, California voters will decide the fate of Proposition 50, which the state legislature put forward 4th at Governor Gavin Newsom's request after Texas redrew districts to give 5 additional seats to Republicans. I'm Phil Hewlett.
President Trump is extending the deadline for a TikTok ban.
ByteDance, the app's Chinese parent company, had faced a Wednesday deadline to sell the popular video sharing platform. President Trump signed an order today that will allow TikTok to continue service in the U.S. through at least December 16th of this year. I'm Chris Garagio.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
MediShare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with MediShare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
But I keep telling people love MediShare and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for MediShare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, back at it here. Yeah, welcome into Hump Day. I got the market brief forwarded my way from our good friend Shorty. The kids are back to school. Football's back on television. The weather's starting to change. But the official sign that summer is over, our fall foods are back. Like Krispy Kreme's new donuts. And of course, Starbucks pumpkin spice latte. Yeehaw. I'll pass. Meanwhile, Tesla shares popping after Elon Musk bought about $1 billion worth of Tesla stock. He owns more than 500 million shares of Tesla. Now, prior to that $1 billion purchase, he only owned about 13% of the company stock. He wants to get that up closer to 25%. That purchase, as the Tesla board is discussing, they say, a compensation plan that would give Musk $1 trillion worth of shares if the company hits certain milestones. What do we take away from that? The takeaway is Elon is bullish on Tesla's future, especially the robotics business. He wants to focus more on the artificial intelligence and the robotics side. Meanwhile, CoreWeave, which is an AI cloud company, announcing a new $6.3 billion deal with NVIDIA. CoreWeave will provide NVIDIA with artificial intelligence cloud computing capacity. Translation: CoreWeave has a lot of data centers. NVIDIA will be able to use them to train AI, and CoreWeave shares shot higher on that news. Meanwhile, President Trump floating an idea to shake up Wall Street, to change earning reports to only twice a year. Right now, public companies are required to report earnings, aka how much money they're making or losing, 4 times per year. Trump said it might be easier if companies only have to report their numbers twice a year, so we're talking like every 6 months rather than every 3. Of course, today, all eyes are on the Fed getting ready to make their interest rate decision today. Traders are betting on a cut. According to the CME, the Fed's expected to cut rates by 0.25%, but there is a small chance it could be a bigger cut of 0.5%. Now, they say a 0.25 cut would be seen as a calculated move, whereas a 0.5% cut might be seen as desperate or because the Fed has to. See where that goes. But again, that announcement will be coming down today. The United States and the United Kingdom partnering to expand nuclear energy on both sides of the Atlantic. Many countries are realizing nuclear energy will be needed to power economic growth. President Trump visits the UK this week and supposedly will be signing a deal. Billions in investment is expected from the U.S. and the UK nuclear company cooperation. All right, we left off there. Knucklebuster, welcome back.
Thanks for holding me over there, Mr. Steve Summers. You ever seen that Tesla plant down there at Austin, Texas? It's one big, huge complex down there. So, I mean, they're still building on it. So, that's one heck of a business he's got going there. $1 trillion, I don't even know what $1 trillion would look like.
Right, yeah.
Could you put $1 trillion in my truck? Yeah,
I don't think it'd fit.
I don't know.
Nope.
I don't either. Well, anyway, prayers for you and your family, and people really need to get their affairs in order before they get to the point that you've got to have family members come in there and do it for you. Both of my daughters got power of attorney over me now. Tennessee had power of attorney over me, so but she don't need it now. So, but anyway, prayers for Daryl's family too. Did you give his son a first time caller code?
I did not take down, but maybe I should, huh?
Oh yeah, that'd be a nice gesture, wouldn't it?
Yes, you're right.
I'm not trying to embarrass you on air there. I wouldn't do anything like that, would I? No.
Thanks, Knucklebuster.
Just an idea. You can pitch it by Chris and see what he thinks. Well, Steve, did you know that mosquitoes prefer drunk people who just had sex? And that's according to a scientific study.
And I would have no idea why. Did they explain or reason?
I ain't really got to read the whole article, but it just said that was the headline: mosquitoes prefer drunk people who just had sex.
Okay.
So, well, I can get drunk, but I ain't gonna have no sex now. So, well, anyway, enough of all that. I'm headed back to Memphis. Got a load of vodka, Tito's vodka. It's going to Hillbilly Hollywood, and that's the last thing them people need over there in Crashville. That's what my brother-in-law calls it. He said, because they got crashes over there all day long. So, but I think that's nationwide there, right? Here's my take on the Charlie Kirk thing. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but God didn't die and give you the right to take somebody out of this world just because you don't like what they said. So he'll get his just due.
Yes.
I think they're seeking the death penalty in it, right?
Correct. Yes.
They'll run that tape faster than anybody else because they got a lot of people ticked off about it there. All right, I'm gonna keep listening. I'll call in that loneliest hour or two, and maybe Horse Feathers and some of these other guys can call in too. Hey, y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388. And if you don't, I'm going to turn you over my knee and spank your butt like a red-headed stepchild. Oh, that's only for the women's Steve. All right. Have a good morning.
Thanks for checking in there. Have a great one there, Knucklebuster. All right, up next, we head down to Florida morning. Philip.
Morning, guys. How y'all doing today? It's hump day, and I want to give my condolences to Daryl's family. We'll be praying for those guys. And motorcycle accidents, we see them a lot down here. I live about 20 minutes from Daytona, so we see them quite a bit during Bike Week and Biketoberfest. So, and like Knucklebuster just said there, you better get your stuff together, man, before things happen, because you never know. It might happen in the drop of a hat. So, but other than that, buddy, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing just fine. No complaints on my end.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I am right now myself. Ain't no need to worry about complaining about it. You just got to keep on going. That's pretty interesting what you said about Tesla. Elon, he's pretty smart cookie. He ain't gonna let that company go down without anything. He's got plans for it. And Steve, do you have an X account?
Well, I think technically Hotshot Secret set one up, but I don't have a login or anything. I've never used it. No.
Okay, if you have an X account and you go on there, anybody out there you got X, follow Elon. And if you follow Elon, and you watch what he says and all that kind of stuff. I mean, some of it's craziness and some of it's useful information. But he follows that AI stuff like you wouldn't believe. He makes more comments about that AI stuff than I ever seen in my life. I mean, he's always bringing it up about the different AI deals. And he talks a lot about AI on there.
Mm-hmm.
So if anybody's on X and you follow Elon, you can just look at his comments. You don't even actually have to follow him. You can just look at his comments. But he is all up in that AI stuff. I mean, as far as you can get up into it, and it's scary. It's really scary when you see it, you know, how he's promoting it. You know, I wouldn't think he'd be that much up in it. As far as his way of thinking with his machinery goes, Knucklebuster, you are right. He's building these gigafactories that do everything, and you know, he can take a car and make the basic body of a car in one stamp with a machine. You know, these giga presses he's got, you know, and those rockets, what he's building. And that's another thing, Steve. Did you hear about the new Starship news?
I haven't heard a thing, no.
Well, that launch pad that they've been launching off of, come next year, they're gonna down it and update it to like the other one is. So the one that the second one that they're building out there now, they're actually going to take the one they've been using all along, and they're going to update it to that one's standards. And you're also going to see more stuff happening at KSC with Starship, which is going to be interesting. That program is 39A is going to be a busy beaver when it comes to between Starships and Falcon 9s. And the Falcon 9s, they're actually going to be landing them by the Slick 40, which is the other primary pad they have there at the Cape. They're going to build landing facilities there. So they'll take off and land right beside the pad that they took off of. What you think about that, buddy?
Quite interesting. So the upgrades, what are they trying to do things to where, like with the water suppression system and all that the Starship needs super? Yeah.
Yeah, what they're going to do is, okay, so most of your launch pads have what they call a flame trench. And it's a trench that's underneath the pad. And it jets out to an area to where it's not going to hurt nothing. Well, that's what they're going to do with this one. They're going to, the second one they've already started, they've already designed it. It's built into the design of the pad. The first one, they're going to go in the water suppression system. You use that even though you have a flame trench, you still use the water suppression. The only thing is that Elon and those guys, they didn't think about that with this one, the first one, and they ended up having to put a plate in there that has the water coming down on it. That is going to be taken away from what I understand, and they're going to have a flame trench. Also, things happen for a reason. Do you remember the explosion at the Massey test site, Steve, that they had recently?
Right.
Okay, that site is being upgraded for the Block 3, the next generation Starship and booster program. That site is going to be upgraded and will be testing there. So they're going to go through a lot of upgrades on all this stuff, and sometimes things work out in a positive way. Even though you had that big explosion out here, nobody got hurt. Now they got to go in, they're going to redo it and completely update it, which they probably should have done from the beginning. I mean, that's the way testing is. You're testing stuff, things going to blow up, things are going to happen, you know. But it's one of those deals that we got to watch. And that's pretty much all I got tonight, buddy. I'm going to get going, let some other folks get in here, and y'all have a good one. Thank you for having me.
Great to hear from you. Thanks for checking in, and have an enjoyable day there in the Sunshine State.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit TEL health360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, back at it. See what has what's going on with the grump this morning. Hey, Grump, are you with us? Did we lose the Grump? We may have lost the Grump. Well, let's try Brother Rambler.
I think you had me the entire time, because I noticed your voice really picked up whenever you're asking for the grump. Well, I'm not grumpy, so praise God for that. Hello, Brother Steve, and hello, God's children listening to us far and wide, all over the United States and all over the world, where they listening to us on the high plains desert of Ely, Nevada, all the way down to Paul Bosch country and the Gulf Coast of Houston, Texas. Man, we're so happy to be on the air with you tonight, broadcasting wonderful news and good things to happen and good things to come. And Steve, I tell you, I'm going to miss that phone call. Hello, Steve. How is the family and how's Stryker?
Yes, yes.
I tell you what, I had a lot of love for Brother Darrell. I sure did, and you know, that was tragic. I just pulled into my store, and Brother Orndorff messaged me and said, "Are you listening to this?" And because I normally just leave my phone in the truck, but I turned it on and I was listening to Brother Darrell's son, and that was it's really sad. But I want to tell you something. As many years as I've been listening and you have been listening, you know where Darrell stood with the Lord Jesus Christ. There's no doubt in my mind that we know where he is at. And Darrell was a minister of the gospel as well. I know he's pastored lots of churches. He's ministered all over the place, as well as driven a truck, and he did a lot of good things. So I'll always say it's a good morning, because he left this world, and I know firsthand what it's like to be involved in an accident and knowing that I'm staring death right in my face. And as I'm knowing I'm about to die, the peace and calm that just come right over me. And I truly believe that Brother Darrell experienced the same thing that I experienced, because Steve, I can tell you, without a shadow of a doubt, when people say God isn't in control, oh, yes, he is. He is in total control. And when I was fixing to meet my demise, staring at that limb in slow motion like I was in the Matrix movie, popping through that windshield and knowing it's fixing to impale my head, I was at total peace. I wasn't scared.
I was totally calm, and I knew without a shadow of a doubt, all right, I'm just going to be standing before my Lord and Savior, and I'm okay with it. Just so happens God had other plans, and a hand reached in the cab of that truck, grabbed my shirt, snatched me out of the way at the very last moment. As that limb went through the windshield of my truck and right by the side of my head and impaled itself in the back of the cab of this truck. You want to see those pictures, you can more than welcome to go to Determined Ministries Church. They're pinned to the top of our site. You can see it for yourself. The miracle that God worked in my life, how he spared my life on August 30th, 2012 is when that happened. August 30th, 2012. And got a good story to go behind it. Man, I tell you what, we've been praying a lot for Uncle Fred, and I'm glad to know that he's taking the necessary steps to get everything in order. And a lesson can be learned from this. You know, if you know your time is coming near, learn from Uncle Fred on what to do, and he's doing the right things, doing everything you need to do with your estate and everything you need to get done. So get it done. I would advise anybody, because you don't know when your time is up, Steve. You don't know, but we all have an expiration date.
Yeah.
I can tell you that much. We all have an expiration date. We're all going to leave this world one day, either by death or by rapture. We're going to leave this world. So I will encourage you, if you don't have any life insurance, go by your local funeral home, talk to them about a burial policy. And a burial policy, you can buy that. And when you buy a burial policy, I know we're coming up on the break, and I want you to hold me over, if you don't mind. But a burial policy, you can make out your own payment plans if you're dealing with a good funeral home. You pick your casket, you pick everything you need to do, and you make your payments on it. And trust me, that takes away the burden of a family having to figure out how they're going to bury you, especially if you're a truck driver and you die out of the state. When you buy a burial policy, that guarantees if you die out of state, they'll somehow get your body back home. And that's part of your policy. If you die out of state, people don't realize, Steve. You know, if you pass away in your cab, it's a lot of permits that you have to go through just to get your cadaver from point A to point B. It's a lot of red tape and a lot of paperwork. And when you buy a burial policy, that takes care of that. And all your family has to do is not have to try and, sell donuts or have a bake sale just to have you cremated. You get to go and have yourself, a burial. So I know we're coming up on a break.
Yes, sir. All right. Perfect timing there. We will pause as we roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. Thanks for being with us. Lease with Tell and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tell360.com today.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At Tell, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he'd consider designating the anti-fascism group Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization along with other left-wing groups.
Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller also specifically called out Black Lives Matter demonstrations. It comes after the assassination of right-wing personality Charlie Kirk, leading Trump allies to call for a crackdown on left-wing violence. There's no evidence yet that the suspected killer was working as part of a larger effort. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A Manhattan judge gave accused killer Luigi Mangione a big break, throwing out terrorism charges pushed by DA Alvin Bragg. Mangione is accused of gunning down United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson this past December, yet Bragg's top counts were tossed, sparing Mangione a life without parole sentence. The judge also ruled the murder wasn't terrorism, despite Mangione's own writings blasting the healthcare industry. Federal prosecutors still plan to pursue the death penalty. The Israel Defense Forces are pushing into Gaza City, saying it will do its best to safeguard hostages, even as Hamas uses them as human shields. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he'll meet with President Trump in Washington after the UN session, while Israeli jets struck a Houthi port in Yemen following a missile being fired at Israel. An Iowa middle school student has been charged with threats of terrorism.
Boone police got a call just after 9 Monday morning that a boy brought a handgun to school. Officers say it was actually an airsoft-style gun that had been painted black to look like a real gun. Police are not releasing the name or age of the boy. Grades 5 through 8 attend Boone Middle School. The boy's been released to his parents. I'm Sarah Walters.
Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 125 points. The S&P 500 shed 8 points, and the NASDAQ fell 14 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
California's largest illegal alien detention facility is housing more than 500 detainees.
The California City Correctional Facility in eastern Kern County recently opened with a little less than 2,600 beds. California City's Mayor Marquette Hawkins says employees at the privately run facility were not ready for the influx of detainees, and he says the situation is no less than chaotic. However, the prison is expected to bring hundreds of jobs and millions of dollars in revenue to California City. I'm Phil Hewlett.
1 in 6 parents have avoided or delayed vaccinating their children against diseases other than COVID-19 or the flu.
That's according to a new poll from the Washington Post and healthcare policy group KFF. The poll found white parents, Republicans, those with deeply held religious beliefs, and those who homeschool their children most likely to skip vaccinations. Nearly half of religious parents who homeschool skipped inoculating their children. I'm Michael Kastner.
For the first time, the entire United States Constitution is being put out on display at the National Art Archives Museum in Washington.
It's a rare opportunity for visitors to view all 4 pages of the historic document, all 27 amendments, and the rarely seen 5th page. That was signed by George Washington, which details how each state would ratify this new Constitution. The exhibit coincides with Constitution Day later this month and the lead up to America's 250th anniversary. The display at the National Archives runs through October 1st. I'm Rory O'Neill.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, for our friends on the West Coast, welcome into a Wednesday. As you cross over the midnight hour. And right back to, thanks for hanging in there, Brother Rambler.
Oh, you're welcome, Steve. And once again, hello to all of God's children who have made the choice to listen to us tonight. We're very pleased to have you with us. Please go by and check out overnightdriveradio.com if you want to support the show. You can support it because we got great swag for you, and you really like the prices. Everything is priced very, very well, very affordable. Just go check it out, overnightdriveradio.com. Be a proud supporter of Steve Sommers and the Overnight Drive, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. Steve, I have a friend of mine. He was telling me his wife was involved in a workplace accident, and I want y'all just to be praying for her. I have another friend of mine. He has an ex-wife that has some health issues going on. God knows the need. So y'all just keep this buddy of mine up in prayer as well. Also, we've got a lot of other listening friends that are going through some things. I've got some health concerns. A lot of them are on our prayer list. Let's just please keep loving one another and keep praying for one another. And I want you to remember one thing. Evil comes in many colors, and it has many faces. The devil is running rampant in this world, and I tell you, he is like a roaring lion seeking to whom he may devour, but he is not the Lion of the tribe of Judah, according to what Revelation chapter 5 tells me. He wants to be, but he isn't, and he never will be. And the reason why you have an uptick in evil is because he knows his time is limited. He knows it's very limited. He knows what the end is going to be. He knows, according to what Isaiah chapter 14 says, he's going to be tossed into the burning lake of fire. And we're all going to marvel, and we're going to look at each other and say, this is he who threatened the world? Yeah, He's a little old pipsqueak. And you got to remember, he is underneath your feet. Amen to that. He can never cross the bloodline. And that bloodline is the line of Jesus Christ. Praise God. If you want to, God's children, we always talk about Determined Ministries Church. The Lord had us bring a message. I'm not going to get into any of it right here on Steve Sommers, The Overnight Drive. I will give you some scripture, and you can go look it up. If you look it up and you like what you see and you want to hear this preached, then by all means come to Determined Ministries Church, because we go live at 5 o'clock every Sunday. The scriptures that I'm going to give you, if you want to go look it up in your Bible, is quite simple. It is, I just had to get back to it now. Here it is. Leviticus 18:22, Leviticus 20:30, Deuteronomy 22:5, Corinthians chapter 6, 9 through 10, Romans chapter 1, 27 through 32. And if you want to go look that up and read what that says, it says, you know what? It's about time another preacher takes a stand on some of this stuff, and I'm glad it's being preached from behind the pulpit, not with hate, but with love, God's children. And I emphasize love. Because, just because you live a certain lifestyle or you live a certain way doesn't mean you have to stay that way. It's a love of a man named Jesus who went to the cross, laid his life on the line to die for every human being, male, female, on planet Earth. And it's your choice to accept him as Lord and Savior. Brother Darrell made that choice. He made a life out of telling people about Jesus. It's sad. I'm going to miss Darrell. I'm going to miss hearing him call up, hello, Steve, how is the family, and how is Stryker? By the way, how is Stryker, Steve?
Stryker's doing just fine, doing well, yes.
Oh, gotta ask. But I want to tell you, Darrell is in the arms of Jesus, running the streets of gold. Charlie Kirk, he's in the arms of Jesus. He's running the streets of gold. And make no bones about it, justice will be served. Before I get off here, I'm making a plea. Steve, September 25th, 2025 is called the Feast of Trumpets, according to the Jewish calendar. It's called Yom Teruah, and it begins at sunset in the evening, the Feast of Trumpets. Steve, I'm joining a lot of other pastors, and I'm calling for revival. Because before the Lord comes and snatches us out of this place, and He will come and He will snatch us out, Steve, we are promised, God's children, one more major outpouring of the Holy Spirit. We've had 2 to 3. We've had the outpouring of the Holy Ghost at 312 Azusa Street by William Seymour. We had the Great Welch Revival with Smith Wigglesworth and so many others. We've had the revivals with A.A. Allen and so many others in the 50s and the 60s. We're promised one more. And if you go to Joel 2:28 and Acts 2:17, you will read about this. We're promised this. And I'm calling for every God-fearing man, woman, every pastor on September 25th at 7 o'clock p.m. Let's get in one voice, in one unison around this world, that I'm going to be pushing this on my social media page, to come together and let's all cry out to God in one voice, shouting, revival, revival. This land needs a revival, God's children. We've got to come together. We've got to get in one voice and one accord. That's how the Holy Ghost fell, according to in Acts chapter 2. They were gathered in one room in one accord, and the Holy Ghost flooded this earth. We need to come together and with no schism in the body of Christ. We need to come together, and let's let that date on September 25th, the Feast of Trumpets. Let's come together. Let's make that date to plead to God for a revival one more time. And we're going to make that plea with love, and I'll leave you with this. Love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And God's children, I'll talk to you later. Bye, everybody.
Thank you much, Brother Rambler. Good to hear from you, as always. Coming up, we'll get to, how about that? If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. You know, we've learned that many times over the years. And I often wondered about the Publishers Clearinghouse thing. $5,000 per week for the rest of your life. For nearly 60 years. That's what they were known for at Publishers Clearinghouse. Changing lives, fulfilling dreams with prize money that they promised would keep coming for as long as you live. But now the company is in bankruptcy. Uh-oh. Yeah, a lot of lives are suddenly changing, but not with the dreams of $5,000 for life. A lot of folks are going to be suddenly having to go back to work. Other cases. Let's see, take two with the grump, I believe. Are you with me?
Can you hear me now?
There we are.
Yeah, I don't know. I think my damn headset's conked out here. But, that Publishers Clearinghouse, man, you used to watch that years ago. It'd show up on TV and everything. They'd send all that crap around, everything. You can win $5,000 for life, or whatever. My mom and dad always played into that stuff. I was like, nah, too damn much work. But, I've been kind of watching a little bit of what's been going on there with, I seen Cash Patel on the other day he was talking about the DNA and everything. And, I don't know what's going on with these guys like this, because it's, used to, you wouldn't talk about evidence. You wouldn't talk about what you have until discovery or especially on the news and anything at all that contain a jury before it's ever been seated. Now, I don't know if they're just going to offer this kid a plea deal where, he spends the rest of his life in prison, without, getting his brains blowed out in Utah, which they do have the firing squad. They also have electric chair, I do believe, and maybe lethal injection. I'm not sure, but I do know that they still have the firing squad. And I don't think that's, good when they start talking about evidence before, it's presented during discovery, because I know judges have been known, especially if they draw some bleeding heart liberal kind of judge that, and they're in Utah just like they're everywhere, where he may, exclude some of that evidence. He may say, hell with it. I'm not going to allow this DNA evidence because you've just tainted the jury with it. How can this guy get a fair trial if and I don't care what what anybody does. I mean, you still deserve a fair trial. I mean, that's just the way it is. It's just, that's part of our history and part of our, it's in our Constitution. And, I hope they hang him. Don't get me wrong, but I would just hate to see something happen there. But, and one other thing that, kind of bothers me about this is that I've seen Pam Bondi talking about, possibly, charging federal charges, bringing federal charges. I think they need to leave that alone, man. Let the state do its job. I mean, it's, civil rights violations or something like that. When you start compiling a lot of charges like that, that's the first damn thing that any good defense attorney is going to do, step up there and start, talking to the judge and seeing what they could get dismissed. And I think it would look bad on Bondi's part, if they compiled a bunch of charges and then tried to present them, let the state do its job. And then if they want to, if he's convicted and they want to go for, civil rights violations and things like that, it would be more symbolic. I mean, than anything. I mean, it's, why do it if he's going to, stand in front of the firing squad? I just accept what the state has and be done with it. And I see a lot of different things that the Fed is stepping in right now on a lot of things for, charges and things like that, in different states, that maybe they need to back off on this a little bit, because it's midterms are coming up, and it looks like the states or the Fed is just going, crazy with some of these charges and things. And like I said, don't get me wrong. I think somebody has to do it, but if nothing else has happened with all this that's been going on, especially with Trump sicking the National Guard in certain places and just overloading some of the metropolitan areas, it's getting these prosecutors off their butt and forcing them to act, forcing them to file charges and on people instead of just turning them loose. And that's something that's been damn good. I mean, you're seeing more things happening right now than I've seen in years. And one of the things that bothered me, Steve, about a lot of stuff was the fact that when you look at these idiots in these blue cities and they're sitting there saying, well, crime's down. No, crime is up. Crime is up. Prosecutions are down. That's where they're getting their numbers at. They don't get their numbers off of individuals that are charged. They get their numbers off of people that have been convicted. And when you're not following through and convicting people, when you're not, you're slapping them on the wrist and turning them loose, of course it's going to look like crime is down, and you got enough stupid people out there that'll look at that and go, well, I don't see what Trump's problem is, and stuff. But it is waking up a lot of these prosecutors, and they're getting off their butts now and actually doing their job, and that's a good thing. And these people that was on some of those sites that read some of that stuff prior to him pulling the trigger on Charlie Kirk, they had an obligation by law to report that, and they didn't do it. And they're still, they can still be charged, federally. I mean, that would be a good federal charge or state charge of accessory before the fact. They had an obligation to stop that murder if they could. And when they don't do it, hey, I'm all for charging their asses. And somebody said, I think it was Trump or somebody said something about charging some of these people that's doing the hate crimes and things like that under the RICO Act. I don't know, that'd be kind of a stretch, I think, to do something like that. I mean, they need to get Congress off their butts and get them back into session to where they're actually going to write some legislation, some good legislation that stops, these death threats and stuff like that. And I would like to see some legislation written by somebody that prevents these loudmouth congressional members from some of the garbage that they're talking, like Omar and AOC and so many others that are, it seemed like they're celebrating this, the death of Charlie Kirk, instead of, actually, stepping up to the mic and doing what's right and saying, hey, don't be doing this. It's just, don't even be talking about it. But they don't do it. Omar, hell, she, if there's ever anyone that needed to be expelled from Congress, it's that skank. I think she's nothing but a troublemaking, piece of work. And for somebody that come here from Somalia, as a refugee, and with her history and everything, you think she'd be kissing the ground that people like Charlie Kirk walked on, because he was about free speech, and he was about every, so much of things that we live by every day. And I've never been somebody that's been religious. I've never practiced religion of any kind. But I have all the respect in the world for religion. I don't want anyone preaching at me, and it's not something that I've ever, and I grew up, Baptist. Going to church and everything like that. I don't know why, I just never practiced religion, but I just don't. And my grandfather, I mean, I used to watch him. He was, he was a Billy Graham fanatic. I mean, every Sunday morning, that was his church. He would turn the TV on and he would sit and he would watch Billy Graham and, read his Bible and things like that. And I do a lot of Bible reading, but like I said, I just don't practice it. And I have no problem with people that does, or anything of the sort. I know when my father was dying, of cancer, there would be prayer groups that would come in, and sit and talk to him, or a couple of the ministers would come by and they, I had one of them kind of jump my butt, I would always leave the room when they were there, or when the preacher would come in, because maybe Dad wanted some time alone, with just to talk about his own feelings and things, and I was standing outside, and the preacher come around. He said, "You're not very Christian, are you?" And I said, "Excuse me," and he said, "You always act like you shy away from." I said, "I don't shy away from a damn thing, dude." I said, I give him all the space. He's the one dying, not me. All right. I said, he's the one that's days are numbered. Maybe he's got some things that he wants to talk to you about that he don't need me around or anybody else. Maybe it's personal to him. And he said, well, I haven't really thought about it, but you need to be in. I said, I don't need to be anywhere. I said, I'm going to tell you right now, man. I said, don't start this crap with me. I'll smack you upside your head. You don't come out here jumping my ass about something that, that is here from my father. So, yeah, he was kind of and we had some history. I arrested him once for public intoxication, and I never said anything about it. We just took him down to, police department, let him sober up, and then turned him loose. I didn't want him getting any kind of trouble with his congregation or anything like that, but he acted like, he was just a little shade better than I was, and I'm gonna jump on you because you're not in here listening to what I have to say. And I said, I don't work like that. So, but you know how it is, man. It's just, I don't know. It's been this thing, I mean, it's just, and have you noticed something else though, Steve, among all the Democrats and all the craziness that's going on right now, is that they seem to be replacing racism with fascism. Have you noticed that? I mean, now everybody's a fascist. Fascists. They're not. Yep. They're no longer racist. I don't think they really understand what the hell that word means. I mean, honestly, I mean, it's when you're looking at the definition, it literally means to forcibly suppress, an opposition. And that's exactly what they're doing. When that boy pulled the trigger and killed Charlie Kirk, he suppressed the opposition. He suppressed his voice by killing him. And that is the true meaning of what a fascist is. And I just, every time you turn on the news, it's just, you're listening to this garbage from these idiots that are running their mouths like that. And it usually starts in Congress. And like I said, I wish they would write some kind of legislation, something that would bring these people that we elect back to the back to the place of civility and where they're no longer doing. Did you catch any of the Kash Patel hearing today?
Yes, I did. I saw. I actually caught his discussion with Adam Schiff. That was royal.
Yeah, and here's Schiff is. He's trying to lecture Kash Patel like Schiff is not the liar and just a piece of garbage that he is. I can't believe that people even vote for people like that. I don't know what their purpose is for putting somebody like that that's just going to stand in front of Congress. If people stand in front of Congress on the floor of the Senate and lie, or on the floor of the House and just blatantly lie to have their party, hopefully, to have some kind of political advantage, with their party. Hell, he's lying to everybody. I mean, he's lying to his constituents. So I don't know what good people like that does, and they need to get rid of that little rule that what's said on the House floor you can't be prosecuted for.
Right. And we got a pause there, Grump. TEL gets you into a factory warranted truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A new report suggests that Republican candidates across the U.S. stand to make gains in the 2026 election races, despite a possible redistricting of California's congressional maps.
Republicans appear well positioned to retain control of the House because similar plans in at least 3 red states would erase any gains California Democrats make through new maps. In November, California voters will decide the fate of Proposition 50, which the state legislature put forth at Governor Gavin Newsom's request after Texas redrew districts to give 5 additional seats to Republicans. I'm Phil Hewlett.
President Trump is extending the deadline for a TikTok ban.
ByteDance, the app's Chinese parent company, had faced a Wednesday deadline to sell the popular video sharing platform. President Trump signed an order today that will allow TikTok to continue service in the U.S. through at least December 16th of this year. I'm Chris Carraggia.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, yes, indeed. We do have some other industry headlines we'll get to coming up here. Get back to give Grump an opportunity to finish up. But I had shared earlier where the FBI is investigating a number of individuals who had posted things online prior to the Charlie Kirk assassination, which kind of depicts some sort of foreknowledge. They knew something was going to happen. Now these posts, spanning from August up to just hours before the shooting, many deleted in the aftermath, raising questions about the coordination, possibly, including individuals, left-wing elements, ties to transgender and fury online communities. Now they say Tally Hall is an obscure defunct rock band that broke up over a decade ago. Well, Robinson and his live-in boyfriend, the transgender biological male named Lance Twiggs, were both actively involved in their fandom online, which appears to be largely people who are confused about their gender. And this is not isolated. They've been reporting for nearly a week now parallel accounts, like Najir Galves, who posted on September the 9th, quote, "Charlie Kirk's coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him, literally." Followed by, "Let's just say something big will happen tomorrow," from another poster who teased something big is coming soon. And that was posted on September 5th. After which, kind of gloated, "Another chud bites the dust." That was post-assassination. An unnamed account predicted on August the 6th. September the 10th will be a very interesting day. Later pleading the 5th. According to new reports, Robinson actually confessed in a Discord group. Discord is some sort of a chat line. A chat with his friends 2 hours before he surrendered to police. He told the group, a group of about 30 people, "Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thanks for all the good times and laughs." Now, the accused killer also made flippant jokes on Discord chats with 20 other users while he was on the run, actually. Not clear if this is the same chat group or not, reported to have quipped to friends that a doppelganger was responsible for the shooting. After the FBI released images of the suspect. Now, as far as the individual that actually made a prediction, as far as Charlie Kirk, same guy that made a post, Donald Trump, December 14th. Now, as of Monday of this week, it doesn't appear that President Trump has made any sort of public information available about events or trips that are scheduled for that day this far in advance, December 14. Why the individual. Those are all things the FBI is looking into. All right, again, let me get back and finish up with Grump here. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, you bet. And it just blows your mind how they can be so cavalier about all that. How he can just, thanks for the memories and, thanks for this and all the fun. How the hell can you be like that? I mean, seriously, he just took a man's life and, I don't know, man. I tell you, just the mentality of some of these people is just absolutely off the charts ridiculous. It's just hard to believe that that kind of evil does exist. And and like I said, I'm not, I have always, believed in God and Jesus and prayed and things like that. When I say I don't practice religion, I just don't, I'm just somebody, I don't attend church, but that doesn't mean that, I can't step back and see the difference between good and evil. And and we've had these conversations before, Steve, and I had a guy yesterday afternoon there. I had to stop at a place, and he was talking about this, and he said, you wonder what would happen if they would actually, make Bible classes and things like that mandatory in school. And I said, would you be willing to open that up for the, Muslims and the Torah, just, things like that,
Mm-hmm.
every religion? No. He said, hell no, I wouldn't, And I said, well, that would happen. You would have to have all of that. It's once you go down that path and you start allowing religion back in school, the government would have to be neutral in that and allow every religion, whether you believe or you don't, whether you're atheist, whether you're agnostic, whether you're a practicing Catholic or Baptist or whatever, everyone would have to get their say in the matter, or it just would not work. You know what I'm saying? They would,
Mm-hmm.
we'd have the crusades right there in the classrooms. And so the best thing that I know is let people practice religion outside of the classroom. If somebody wants to bow their head and say a prayer for, at lunchtime or whatever, or before a test or whatever, I don't care. That's fantastic. Let them do it. But where you have to have a teacher or somebody step in and say, today we're going to be reading, out of the book of Leviticus or something like that. No, that's going too far, and it's going to open the door for every kind of fruitcake in the world to sue and allow their self to be heard in those cases. It's the same reason why so many places don't allow any kind of nativity scenes or things like that on government property at the courthouses or in front of government buildings. And it's not a shot against religion. It's just when they start doing that, they have to be inclusive to everyone. And when they start that, Lord, look at the fights that's going to happen. It's going to happen, and that's I know our laws and everything. This country was founded on Judeo-Christian principles, and that's fantastic. I mean, when everybody that signed the Declaration of Independence had some kind of religion in their or had some kind of religious background. When you look at the state constitutions and everything else that added religion, and it just fairness has to be here in this country, and that's something right here. I mean that some people, you just can't get in their head. They just don't believe that. They just think, no, Christianity is the way it should be. Well, read the Constitution. You're going to see lawsuits out the wazoo if you do not allow everyone to have their voice. And, it wouldn't be any different than, going back and saying, all right, just whites can
right.
drink out of this fountain and blacks can't. I mean, what the hell's wrong with, people? They talk about being inclusive, but they You know, when the rubber meets the road, they don't want to be. So I don't know, man, but yeah, it's just been a rough week. You know, it really has. When you look at all the division that's happened, you know, and the people that has basically celebrated the death of a good guy, you know, simply because he voiced his opinion. He wasn't scared to voice his opinion. And I saw a article there, I don't know if it's true or not, where they think that bullet fragmented when it hit his bulletproof vest, that he had a bulletproof vest on. And that's what severed his, you know, carotid artery in his neck, that it ricocheted up and hit him in the neck. I don't know if that happened or not. I know, you know, I had a bulletproof vest on when I was shot in the upper part of my neck. And, well, it was off to on my collarbone there. I don't know if I showed you that at the truck show or not, where that bullet actually hit me, but it's, you know, it's just, you know, it was just a freak shot, and it wasn't, you know, anything that, you know, I would have dreamed would ever happen. You know, I mean, I'd been around that guy several times, you know, and had to arrest him, and he always, you know, he was just a drug addict and a drunk and everything else. And when you know, just all of a sudden, boom, he produces a gun, pulls the trigger. And, you know, Steve, that's the mentality of so many people. It just, you know, I had to go through another gun class, you know, because I let my CCW expire. And I went back through another gun class, you know, and everything, and just, you know, had to do a little refresher. And you know, one of the things that the instructor says is, you know, ask, has anybody ever, you know, been in the military? Yeah. Have you ever had to use a weapon? Yeah, I have. And, you know, you raise your hand up, you know, or you don't. I mean, I just said, yes, I have. And you can sort people out right then and there, because, you know, I had one guy that just, you know, he just wouldn't shut up. You know, he's like, yeah, I'd use mine in a damn second. You better believe I would. You know, and all this. I said, dumbass, would you shut up, or I'll shoot you right here, right now. I said, I am sicklest in your mouth. I mean, he just would not shut up about that. You know, people like that is what scares me. They don't need any kind of a weapons permit whatsoever. They don't even need a weapon, because anybody that just sets an ag zone like they would, that's the last damn thing somebody wants to do, is have to pull that trigger, because you live with that the rest of your freaking life. You know, and it's just, you know, when you look at people and you listen to stuff like that, and even the instructor who was standing there, he was a little leery. He's like, "Is this cat here, you know, is he saying what I'm saying?" Oh yeah, he's looking for somebody to shoot. You know, that's his problem. You know, he wants to, you know, walk around like he's John Damn Wayne. The guy weighed 98 pounds, you know, probably had his ass kicked most of his life, but he, you know, he had that little dog theory there, you know, going on. You know, and I said, man, just, you know, just hope you never have to do that. You're never in that position, because you'll do a hell of a lot of praying before you ever pull that trigger. You know, and it's just something that I hope people don't have to do. You know, you know, we got to live free, and we got to live secure in our, you know, in who we are. I got cameras all over my house. You know, I don't want cameras on my house, but my wife's there by herself, and I got to have cameras there. You know, and you know, I get an alert on my phone when somebody comes up. You know, and it just you know, why do we have to have all this, you know, anymore? Because I think because the government, who looks at we the people, has let us down in so many ways. You know, they our security. You know, when you can look at activist judges, Steve, that lets people go just because they align with their ideology instead of with the law. It's time to rethink our principles. You know, and you know, like I said, I'm not against religion. Maybe they need to do some soul searching and some praying and understand, you know, the path that Jesus walked, you know, a little bit, and you know, everything that man had to go through in his life, you know, it just blows my mind that people take so much for granted anymore. And then they, you know, all at once, they just, you know, they decide, you know, all at once that, you know, things are just not working for them. You know, that we can't stand hearing somebody else's voice, so let's just silence that voice instead of competing with it and giving an opposite view.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That's my stuff for tonight, I guess. But anyway, good show, brother.
Well, hey, thanks for chiming in. You know, and yeah, remember the days where You didn't necessarily even have to worry about locking the door when you went to bed. You weren't really, ain't nobody going to come barging into this place. It's those days are pretty much long gone. I don't care where you live in this day and age. You never know. All right, 844-844-3388. Yeah, several other updates. Interesting there in northern Ohio. Campbell Soup Company admitting to violating the Clean Water Act in response to court documents filed by multiple environmental agencies. Environment Ohio, Lake Erie Waterkeeper, and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency filed a joint lawsuit against its now called Campbell Soup Supply Company. On Monday, the company admitted to violating the Clean Water Act at least 5,400 times between April of 2018 and December of 2024 at their canning factory in Napoleon, Ohio. Campbell's admission that it committed these violations will speed this case toward a trial that will decide what steps the company has to take to curb its pollution and how large a civil penalty should be imposed. John Rumpler with the Clean Water Program for Environment Ohio said that's great news for the people who live along the Maumee River and Lake Erie, who want prompt action on reducing sources of toxic algae in their local waters. We appreciate Campbell's willingness to work cooperatively with us and the federal government to solve their compliance problems rather than spending time and effort contending clear-cut violations of the Clean Water Act. The lawsuit was filed March of last year, alleging violations of dumping wastewater containing phosphorus, ammonia, E. coli bacteria, oil and grease, suspended solids, and other harmful pollutants into the Maumee River, which connects to Lake Erie. The biggest concern, according to Environment Ohio, is the phosphorus released in these wastewater dumps feeds toxic algae blooms that can harm lakegoers and cause cyanobacteria in drinking water. Pollution flowing into western Lake Erie from the Maumee River containing Campbell's phosphorus discharges contributes to the lake's toxic algae blooms. Bringing an end to Campbell's violations will help water quality in the river and Lake Erie and demonstrates the power citizen enforcement suits have to drive meaningful environmental progress. Now, the soup company shared a statement refuting the negative effects on the water. The company said their Napoleon facility is a permitted point source to discharge the phosphorus in the river, and their actions are publicly self-reported. They also cited a report by the EPA saying the Napoleon plant is not a major contributor to the pollution. We have taken a number of steps to improve our operations and comply with environmental regulations. We've been part of the Napoleon community since 1938. Our goal is to reach a settlement that serves the interest of the environment and the community where our employees live and work. They said, importantly, this facility has had minimal, if any, adverse effects on the Maumee River or Lake Erie. So the next step is determining a penalty that requires the reduction of waste emissions. What should be paid to penalize the company for the years of waste dumping?
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tel now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Meanwhile, last Sunday, had an event, a landfill fire, which those things can be very dangerous. This one was resolved fairly quickly. When I first caught the news Sunday evening, the black smoke seen from miles around. And it was kind of, the wind direction was taking it. My mother happened to live out in that direction. Said, I asked her on Tuesday, did you smell the smoke there on Sunday? Or she said, she didn't think she did, but the news was telling them, keep your windows shut. She said, what do you think started it? I said, well, best guess I could give is probably a lithium-ion battery. And I think that was the answer. The update this past day, this is the Rumpke landfill, one of the larger waste management companies in the entire country. They said the fire is a stark reminder of the dangers posed by improper disposal of lithium-ion batteries and other flammable trash. The Coleraine Fire Battalion Chief praising Rumpke's response to the fire. They brought in their water tenders and some bulldozers to cut a fire line and things like that, so we were able to contain it relatively quickly, then extinguish it. Now, they said, despite the smoke, they were monitoring air quality, and everything was within the normal limits, they said. They got a hold of the Environmental Protection Agency. They all came out and verified all the numbers. The communication manager for Rumpke expressed concern for the landfill's protective liner, emphasizing the importance of controlling the fire swiftly to prevent environmental damage. We wanted to get it under control as quick as possible to ensure that the liner system we have in place there to protect the environment from society's waste wasn't damaged. Their suggestion, indeed, is a lithium-ion battery is likely to blame. And we know they're in about everything nowadays, and people don't know what to do with them. They are not a curbside pickup decision, yet not to be put in your curbside trash. All right, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more at tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A new report suggests that Republican candidates across the U.S. stand to make gains in the 2026 election races, despite a possible redistricting of California's congressional maps.
Republicans appear well positioned to retain control of the House because similar plans in at least 3 red states would erase any gains California Democrats make through new maps. In November, California voters will decide the fate of Proposition 50, which the state legislature put forth at Governor Gavin Newsom's request after Texas redrew districts to give 5 additional seats to Republicans. I'm Phil Hewlett.
A man from San Diego is pleading guilty to illegally landing a small airplane on a naval airstrip on San Clemente Island.
Andrew White entered his plea in federal court in Los Angeles on Monday. He admitted to 1 felony count of theft of government property in excess of $1,000 and 1 misdemeanor count of illegal entry into a naval installation. Prosecutors say White landed the plane on the Navy runway without permission in October of 2023 and again in April of this year. After the second landing, he stole a Navy truck and used it to damage gates on San Clemente Island, causing thousands of dollars in damage. I'm Daniel Martindale.
President Trump is extending the deadline for a TikTok ban.
This comes after Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said Monday the U.S. and China have reached a framework for a permanent deal. ByteDance, the app's Chinese parent company, had faced a Wednesday deadline to sell the popular video sharing platform. President Trump signed an order today that will allow TikTok to continue service in the U.S. through at least December 16th of this year, and it marks the 4th delayed enforcement of the looming ban. President Trump is expected to speak with Chinese President Xi about the deal Friday. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 125 points, the S&P 500 shed 8 points, and the Nasdaq fell 14 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
The parents of a 13-year-old boy allegedly murdered by his soccer coach earlier this year are filing a claim against the city of Los Angeles.
It says the L.A. Department of Recreation and Parks exposed children to harm by granting the suspect, Mario Edgardo Garcia Aquino, a permit to coach youth soccer teams. The attorney for the parents of Oscar Omar Hernandez says Garcia Aquino was still allowed to coach kids despite twice facing sexual abuse allegations. The claim, which was filed last week, is a likely precursor to a lawsuit. I'm Phil Hewlett.
Ford is moving their headquarters to a new location just down the road.
The new 2.1 million square foot building will open in Dearborn, Michigan this fall. According to the automaker, it officially will be called Ford World Headquarters, with accommodations for some 14,000 employees on its sprawling campus. Along with high-tech meeting rooms and offices, it'll feature 6 design studios, a huge food hall, and a wellness center. It'll be more than double the size of Ford's current headquarters, known as the Glass House, which has been in use for about 70 years. I'm at Mattinson.
A new study reveals many people do not realize that they have diabetes.
Data published in the Lancet Diabetes and Endocrinology shows 44% of people 15 years and older who have diabetes are undiagnosed. Researchers looked over data from more than 200 countries from 2000 to 2023 for their study. More than 10% of people worldwide have diabetes. Experts say many times there are no symptoms in the early stages. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
What do you say? Get that final hour off and rolling here. Hump Day, midweek. Hey, we wrapped up the last hour. Thought about the people just throwing their lithium-ion batteries in the trash. With so many. Whether it's an old smartphone that doesn't work anymore. It may be the battery from your weed eater, any sort of lawn equipment. You think the battery's dead, but just throwing it in the trash, not the thing to do. The recycling facility said this is just highlights the growing issue. Fires, and not only at this site, but all around the country. We actually have an X-ray machine that they're using at the recycling facility, trying to detect these batteries if people have tossed them. She noted the increasing challenges in identifying smaller batteries hidden in everyday items. The problem is not unique here. Waste companies nationwide all report an increase in fires caused by lithium-ion batteries. There is a campaign underway to try and educate the public on the proper disposal practices. And I know, once or twice a year, they'll actually hold a They'll set one day aside, typically like on a Saturday, from like 9 a.m. till 1 or 2 in the afternoon, where you can bring in, the likes of computers, old televisions. There's so many things that are not supposed to be thrown in the trash. Automobile, dead automobile batteries, oils, paints, all these sort of things that they'll take on certain days. Stuff you're not supposed to be tossing in the trash. Well, hello to Truckin' Phil this Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Wow, 58 with a high of 84. Fort Wayne today, 86 for a high in Newaygo, Michigan. Roll on, Knucklebuster. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo and back to Fort Wayne again. There you go. Semper Fi from Truckin' Phil. All right, Publishers Clearinghouse, 60 years, changing lives, fulfilling dreams, prize money that'll keep coming in for as long as you live. Well, the company is now in bankruptcy. Winners' dreams are now turning into nightmares. ARB Interactive, a mobile gaming company that purchased Publishers Clearinghouse remaining assets, said under the terms of the sales agreement, it would not honor payouts for those who won their life-changing prizes before July 15th of this year. Some winners who thought they'd never have to work again are now finding themselves uncertain of how they'll pay their bills. John Wiley says, this feels like a nightmare. I thought this was going to go on the rest of my life, so I really didn't have to worry about money. At the age of 61 now, he had been promised $5,000 a week for life. Now he's looking for a new job, but he's not hopeful because he hasn't worked for more than 10 years now. Currently living on the proceeds of sales of some of his prized possessions, like a jet ski and a trailer. He said he had no idea the company was even in trouble until his annual check for $260,000 didn't show up as expected in January. Why didn't somebody give me a heads up? Hey, we're going out of business. That's not a good way to treat anyone. I'm pretty sure I'm now going to lose my home. The bankruptcy not just upending the finances of people who had been promised continued riches, it's eroding a part of America's popular culture. Today, Publishers Clearinghouse and its prize money seem quaint in comparison to jackpots of like $1 billion from Mega Millions and Powerball. But the Publishers Clearinghouse prize patrol with their balloons and big checks became almost universally known all over the country from the 1970s through the early 2000s, long before national lotteries and billion-dollar jackpots started grabbing headlines. And unlike state lotteries, Publishers Clearinghouse allowed people to win without buying tickets or even buying the magazine subscriptions that they were hawking. Publishers Clearinghouse, started by Harold and Lester Merce and their daughter Joyce in the basement of their Long Island home in 1953, selling magazine subscriptions from multiple publications at the same time through direct mailings. Publishers Clearinghouse would be paid a commission on any subscriptions they sold. In 1967, to attract attention for its mailings, they started offering their first direct mail sweepstakes. You could enter for a chance to win prizes regardless of whether you purchased a magazine subscription or not. That part of the business expanded into the famous Prize Patrol in 1989, where the employees would show up at a winner's home with a camera crew and the oversized check. The video of Willie's prize appeared in 2012, showing him shaking as they handed him the check. That led to references on Saturday Night Live, the classic 90s sitcoms like Seinfeld and Cheers. as well as the centerpiece of a joke by President George W. Bush in 2007, is the only prize he had hopes of winning once he left office. But like so many others, Publishers Clearinghouse revenue has dropped dramatically in recent decades, from $854 million in 2017 to $182 million in 2023. At the time of the bankruptcy filing in April, the company reported liabilities of between $50 and $100 million, including the promised prizes, but assets of only between $1 and $10 million. Little chance of ever paying the past winners. In fact, in their filing lists 10 prize winners among the 20 largest unsecured creditors. Although the names and addresses were redacted, it estimated the total current value of their promised prizes at some $26 million, an amount adjusted lower due to the need to pay them over an extended period of time. They had payments of $1.9 million due just this past year. ARB Interactive, headquartered in Miami, defended not paying out prizes since that was never part of their purchase agreement, they say. We are committed to restoring and preserving the trust that has defined Publishers Clearinghouse brand for decades. We understand the concerns surrounding unpaid prizes owed to past winners, taking decisive steps to ensure every future prize winner can participate with absolute confidence. Like, I don't know that that's going to restore any confidence, though. Yeah, first of all, how many magazines are actually even in publication? Most have gone to digital-only formats now. Yeah, there are still some magazines you can find on the shelves, but most are gone. And realizing Publishers Clearinghouse went bankrupt, is ever going to want to participate in anything to do with them? All right. Lots of folks have lost their jobs in the wake of the Charlie Kirk murder. Many of them in the teaching profession, from elementary schools to college professors, numerous other occupations. Governor Greg Abbott of Texas announcing this past day that the Texas Education Agency have announced that more than 100 educators are actually under investigation, could face suspension of their teaching certifications for their social media post related to the assassination of Charlie. The TEA said they're reviewing at least 180 complaints alleging that teachers posted comments online that celebrated Kirk's death or called for further violence. If investigators determine those posts violate the state's Educator Code of Ethics, the teachers could lose their certification and be barred from working in public schools. In a statement, Governor Abbott condemned the educators' action as abhorrent. Texas would not tolerate teachers who use their platforms to actually incite violence. He directed the TEA to ensure swift investigations and disciplinary action. He emphasized teachers who glorify violence have no place in our school. Now, the Commissioner of Education, in a statement Monday, says while educators are held to a high standard of professionalism, there is a difference between comments that are made in poor taste and those that call for and incite further violence, the latter of which is clearly not acceptable. The investigation division has already begun the review. I will be recommending to the State Board of Educators certification such individuals have their certification suspended and rendered ineligible to teach in a Texas public school. He also sent a letter to Texas superintendents acknowledging the importance of free speech, but stating it does not allow celebrating or inciting violence. Several districts have already begun taking their own action. According to KTXS television, at least 2 teachers in the Wiley Independent District resigned after their post drew public backlash. The station also reported that student teaching placements have been terminated in some cases. Klein Independent School District in Harris County fired a teacher over online comments. According to the Texas Tribune, Ector County Independent School fired a part-time tutor and placed another on administrative leave. Now, a spokesperson for the TEA tells the Houston Chronicle this is not about politics. It is about safety and ethics in the classroom. This wave of investigation underscores the growing national debate over how teachers' conduct on social media intersects with free speech protections and professional responsibilities. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Meanwhile, back to the phones. Hello, Gilligan.
Hi, good morning, Steve. I thank you for taking my call. Well, Steve, I'm going to have to agree with Trump on a couple things, but I'm probably going to ruffle some feathers before this call is out, unfortunately. I agree with Trump about nativity scenes on government property. I consider myself a Christian. Unfortunately, it would cause a lot of lawsuits and everything else from these other groups that that think that's an endorsement of religion. And yes, our Constitution states the freedom of religion, not that no church shall be endorsed by the government. And I agree with that. That's like you said, a led prayer by a teacher or something. If somebody like at a football game or something, it's kind of a sticky subject. I understand that. And unfortunately, in today's world, with so many people lawsuit happy, unfortunately, that's the way it is. And if anybody said a child in a school should not be allowed to say a prayer, that is wrong. I mean, I'm not saying leading a prayer, but say a prayer for themselves. Now that would be taking away the right to religion. Another thing I'm going to agree with Grump on. Now, I have no background in law enforcement. I was only in the military for a short while. Yes, I was given a medical discharge from the Army. But as far as he was talking about the CCW, concealed carry permit line, and the guy bragging about what he knew, what he would do, and all this, yes. Unfortunately, those are the scary ones, because from what military training I had, and I did work as an armed security guard many years ago for a few years, but that's a whole lot different than law enforcement. It's not even really much more than a fire guard, like in the military. But usually the guy that's bragging like that is the most dangerous person with a weapon, or when things go bad. Let's say the Uvalde shooting, them poor children slaughtered in that school from a madman, and that deputy sheriff that did not go in, he froze. You don't know until you face that. No one can say that they know that they would do until they're put in that situation. Pappy even said after that, but he said the only reason he knew how he would react, he's been in similar situations, and he has run towards gunfire. Then you have faced that situation. Until you've been there, you do not know. And I'm sure that Pappy and several others would agree with me on that. Now, the last subject I'm going to bring up is capital punishment. Now, I'm doing this in faith-based. I'm a Christian, and I refer back to the Bible. Now, I am against capital punishment, and I know you are for it, and I understand why you're for it. I'm going to refer to two Bible verses. Romans 12:19. Vengeance is mine, I will repay, says the Lord. Okay? Now, also it says when they was gonna stone the adulterer, that she says, the Lord said that he is without sin, cast the first stone. Now, I understand there's many that goes by an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. I understand. I'm not trying to change your mind. This is my stance, and many more agree with me on this, but it's not the overwhelming people, It's me and Rambler had a long talk about this one night. As he said, yes, he agrees with capital punishment, but he knows a lot of theologians actually agree with me on this. In the state of Israel, which is arguably the most religious country in the world. Yes, they're Jewish, not Christians. There has only been one person sentenced to death in the entire history of the modern state of Israel, and that was Adolf Eichmann, the Nazi leader that actually termed the phrase the final solution in 1961. And there was a lot of controversy because of capital punishment. There was also another Nazi by the name of I can't pronounce the man's last name, but he was the one referred to as Ivan the Terrible. But they couldn't prove exactly it was him, and he ended up being sent to Germany, and they actually executed him.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a good place to pause there, so hold that thought. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A new report suggests that Republican candidates across the U.S. stand to make gains in the 2026 election races, despite a possible redistricting of California's congressional maps.
Republicans appear well positioned to retain control of the House because similar plans in at least 3 red states would erase any gains California Democrats make through new maps. In November, California voters will decide the fate of Proposition 50, which the state legislature put forth at Governor Gavin Newsom's request after Texas redrew districts to give 5 additional seats to Republicans. I'm Phil Hewlett.
President Trump is extending the deadline for a TikTok ban.
ByteDance, the app's Chinese parent company, had faced a Wednesday deadline to sell the popular video sharing platform. President Trump signed an order today that will allow TikTok to continue service in the U.S. through at least December 16th of this year. I'm Chris Garagio.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it. Thanks for being along for the ride. Midweek, here it is. Yeah, locally, some of our news has been following the invasion of a bug known as the kissing bug. I don't think I've seen one of those yet. Supposedly, it's a carrier of Chagas, a nasty. You don't want to get it. Now, for several years, we've been watching the spread of another bug known as the spotted lanternfly. And it continues to rapidly spread across the eastern half of the country. This species may cause, they're saying, major issues to agriculture, ecology, and the economy, quite honestly. This pest is a nasty invasive species initially detected in Pennsylvania back in 2014. Likely came from China. But they have a map depicting the recent study by the Department of Agriculture, where they've got kind of a color-coded map where the high risk of spread, the medium risk, and a lower risk. But it indicates a high risk of spotted lanternfly establishment. If the pest is detected, it's clear a suitable environment for spread based on climate across the lower Great Lakes, the Midwest, and other areas. While the spotted lanternfly's preferred host is the tree of heaven, it has been reported to attack more than 70 different plant species, including grapes, apples, cherries, several other fruit and timber tree species. The spotted lanternfly attacks grapes, grapevines, fruit trees, cherry trees, apple trees, hops, and hardwood trees, among others. They feed by sucking sap, weakening the plants, reducing yields, and sometimes outright killing the plant. It definitely threatens fruit-bearing trees and vineyards in particular, which means a major wine industry risk. If you see one, smash them all. They recommend doing a Google search. The transformation from the larva to the adult reproducing there's a big difference in the way they look. The fully matured, and I mentioned here a few weeks ago, I saw my first ever spotted lanternfly. Yes, I smushed it, but that's first I had ever seen. But they're highlighting much. Yeah, you might as well say the entirety of Ohio, most of Indiana, through the heart of Illinois, the northern 2/3 of Missouri, out over into eastern Kansas, areas under now a high risk of spotted lanternfly establishment. The risks extending all the way down to the Gulf Coast and as far north as the UP of Michigan in the eastern USA. And I think this is one of those bugs that, like so many others, will continue to just spread from one coast to the other over a matter of time. All right, let me get back and finish up with Gilligan.
Thanks for having me back, Steve. Now, let me say this in closing. I do not believe that anyone should want to go to prison. I do not agree with the way the prison system is set up today. I believe it should be punishment, and the way the accommodations in these prisons is absolutely crazy. People say, well, we've got to house that person for the rest of their natural lives. Well, there's been ways in the past that prisons have been somewhat self-sufficient. I mean, they raise their own crops, they raise cattle and that sort of stuff. Why don't we go back to where the prisoners actually have to work, where they actually have to, keep themselves? Now, I know that would be pretty much impossible with a place like Supermax out there in Colorado, because, these prisoners are extremely dangerous. Now, you get a person that's committed a huge bunch of murders, yes, I can understand you would want them in a facility to where they couldn't, maybe not even see the light of day, to be honest. But, it's a bad situation. I know that a lot of people disagree with me on my stance on capital punishment. But Rambler brought up an interesting point when I spoke to him about this a couple weeks ago. We need to think also about the person that has to put that person to death. People say, well, I know I could do it. Well, I mean, you like to deal with if you're running into that school and them poor kids are being shot up. Can you or can't you?
Right.
How are you going to answer to that when your days comes and you got to stand before the Lord? I mean, you got to do the lethal injection, whether you got to throw the switch on the electric chair, or whether you're going to be one of the ones that's there that's firing in the firing squad or dropping the door on the gallows. I mean, you got to think about that person too. So I'm sure that some people it would never bother. I mean, I cannot remember the man's human waste's name, but there was a man during the time of the Nazis that actually had a portable guillotine, and he goes throughout the country and execute people. And what's sickening about it is that he actually was hired by the Allies to execute some of the Nazis. And I always thought that was ironic. I don't know. There's been some terrible history in our world, in all countries. People talk about American history and how bad it is, with what happened with the Native Americans. Well, I'll say Indians. I've got Indian blood in me myself, But hey, slavery, yes, that was a bad time in our history. But times change, some for the better and some for the worse. Well, Steve, that's about all I got. Let me get off. I'll get off here and let somebody come in. And by the way, Conway, if you're still listening, me and my family's thoughts and prayers are with you. The loss of your father, Daryl. He is be greatly missed. He was very well respected by this audience, I know, myself included. I've spoken to a few tonight that really were saddened to hear of his loss.
Yep.
I hope everybody has a safe night, and take care, everybody.
I think that one caught us all by surprise. All right. Well, in industry headlines, California authorities have recovered $1.4 million in stolen consumer electronics from suspected organized crime groups. With help from the cargo security and risk management platform Overhaul, the company's LE Connect team reached out to law enforcement to help locate and retrieve the stolen goods from Compton last Wednesday. Police arresting 8 suspects and seized additional illegal items during the bust. The truckload of computers stolen from a yard in San Bernardino, California. Overhaul contacted authorities when their GSOC shipment monitoring detected unusual movement of a load scheduled for a departure later that morning. Overhaul's LE Connect team quickly engaged with both the San Bernardino and LA County Sheriff's offices as the shipment had begun traveling into LA. With the aid of real-time tracking and critical sensor data sent directly to responding units on the ground, law enforcement was able to pinpoint the location of the stolen cargo. Police were able to locate the trailer and the stolen goods in Compton, where they also seized an AK-47 rifle and an AR-15 rifle, high-capacity magazines, and about 2 pounds of methamphetamine. 7 stolen vehicles were also recovered. Overhaul stated the evidence suggested ties to organized crime, potentially linked to Khalistan and Armenian crime rings. The company said remote compliance monitoring with real-time visibility and an immediate escalation process are vital to assisting law enforcement with prompt recovery of stolen cargo. Overhaul recommends shippers of high demand or high value products thoroughly vet your broker and your carrier within their network. It's crucial to document all drivers, tractors, and trailers, including capturing photos of all identifying markings like VIN numbers and the driver's CDLs, ensuring that those details match the information provided prior to the arrival of the driver. I guess, long story short, the benefits of having GPS, sort of a way to track your load, in this day and age, especially with the high dollar loads. Knucklebuster back in that loneliest hour. Are you with us, Knucklebuster?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Had to turn the map off on this phone. It got to shut my phone off. I don't know what's going on with it. But anyway, one good thing about the Bible, it leaves my opinion out of it there, right? See, I'd go the same for everybody else, wouldn't it?
Pretty much, I guess. Opinions.
Yeah. Well, the Bible was written for the nation of Israel, and the church wasn't written for the individual. And I believe the Bible does give the government authority to take someone's life if they take another life. So I don't know. Maybe just my opinion's wrong there. Probably. I guess. I don't know. Well, man, I lost my train of thought there. Got too much of a jump going on. Well, Simplify the Truck and Field. I know he gets in late there, so is the world gone crazy? That's what I would like to know. I know they got a song out, God is great, beer is good, and people are crazy, right?
Right.
So, I don't know. Yep. Anyway, back in the 1940s, talking about freedom of speech, back in the mid-1940s, the Supreme Court ruled that you can only say things that doesn't cause another man's stomach to turn and him to get so angry at you that he clenches his fist. If you say something like that, then that's not free speech. So, all these people that yell at you and all that stuff, I know some left wing people. You try to talk to them, Steve, and they start yelling at you. So I just tell them, have a good day. Don't care for it. Just whatever, So, man, is it almost quitting time, Steve?
Mighty darn close. You are correct.
Yeah, I still got a couple more hours to go. So I thought I'm almost in Slick Willie country over here in Little Rock. So I'm curious, why did if he moved to New York, why did they build his presidential library over here in Little Rock? I'd have told him to take it up there to New York. So he don't like these people down here anyway, didn't he? I grew up with them rednecks. Yeah, well, enough of all that. Maybe you can get somebody more intelligent got their act together this morning. So I'm gonna back out of here and get quiet. I'm trying to truck this load of vodka on into Memphis so they can carry it over to Hillbilly Hollywood and they can all crash into it with it. So have a good morning, Steve, and a great blessed day, brother.
Thank you, Knucklebuster. All right. I don't know. A more intelligent caller. What's going on, Dave?
Good morning, Steve. How are you on this wonderful, almost quitting time day today?
Doing all right. Yes, it is almost that time.
Yeah, I'm amazed. For the last 2 days, I've been listening to the news media constantly cry over how unfair it is that we're trying to hold teachers and doctors and lawyers and professors to a higher standard with their speech and their talk over making comments and losing their jobs and everything. And they said, Americans, the country doesn't hold everybody separate. We keep them all the same. Well, they forgot a little thing called a CDL license. For some reason, holding a CDL license, I lose the benefits of having a .08 drinking regulation because I'm set at a .04 in my personal car and a .00 when I'm working. So we already do this. So I think they ought to stick it in their hat and smoke it for a while because the rest of the world needs to step up and take responsibility for what they say, like it or not. That's how it does. Yeah, you have the right to say whatever the heck you want. But just like the Dixie Chicks found out, there's consequences for what you say.
And you know what Knucklebuster just mentioned about you can't say something that's going to anger someone. In this day and age, Dave, that would mean no one could say anything because if you're on the right, you're angering the left is angering the right, and I don't know that there's any in between anymore.
Oh, there isn't anymore. People have lost their tolerance and patience. And the problem is I'm out here driving every night. I do these truck shows constantly with our 3 fat truckers and talk to people all the time. It's a small portion, and I think colleges have a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
I don't believe that you need to go in debt for years just to get an education for a liberal arts. I'm more of the Mike Rowe thing. There's a lot of good trade jobs out here that keeps the world working. Without them, there is no United States. I don't care how many books you read or how many times you sit there and look at a YouTube video to figure out how to fix something. You need guys out here doing this. And you talk to these people all day long. It doesn't matter, big towns, little towns. You talk to these working guys, these working families, these working women. They don't talk like you hear constantly produced on the radio. And they wonder why this kid is brainwashed that goes out there shooting people. It is strangely weaved. But I think they've planned it that way. I really do. Putting people in. I remember, I'm fairly old myself, when most of my teachers were male. When did we have all male teachers in college and stuff? Not saying that these young kids that are in school without fathers in the homes, fathers is the biggest problem to all this. in my belief, that why not have male teachers in the elementary level so they at least have a male person around them to teach them a little bit? That is, most of these problems you see, I think, 80% of all prison or people in prison are raised by a single parent, doesn't have a father in their life. So we have a lot of problems in here we've created ourselves, and then we try blaming it on everything from racism to white privilege to whatever the next thing they can think of to bring up. So, but I hope you guys out there are having a wonderful night tonight. These guys out here running the highway early in the morning like this, it's at least a little peaceful out here and not as crazy. And I hope everybody has a safe and wonderful night. And I'm glad to hear you're back and hope everything went well yesterday. But we'll just call it at that. And I stirred up enough trouble tonight, probably. So
thank you so much, Dave. Good to hear from you. Yeah, 3 fat truckers. There you go. And we'll be winding things down.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Yeah, I gotta seriously wonder if the drug cartels are maybe actually getting the message. They apparently haven't yet. But with U.S. forces operating in the Caribbean, we're now up to our 3rd drug boat being taken out by U.S. forces. Now, another strike against a Venezuelan drug boat with, quote, confirmed narco-terrorists smuggling illegal narcotics. The president issued a statement. On my orders, U.S. military forces conducted a 2nd kinetic strike against positively identified violent drug trafficker cartels in the South Com area. In this case, 3 individuals on the boat, 3 male terrorists, as he calls them, killed in action, no U.S. forces harmed in this strike. So that is the 3rd such Venezuelan drug boat being interdicted and destroyed. Are they going to get the message? All right, well, we'll close things out there this early Wednesday. Be safe. Have a good day, safe travels, and we'll be back at it here the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.